No, but I can fill the person out.
Okay, yeah, just tell them, put everything in the TV, or in the radio studio.
In the radio studio, okay.
We'll sort it out tomorrow.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
fine.
we can do that.
We'll start when we start, but
Okay.
okay. So we're gonna do like the segment where we are gonna be playing music, so you guys won't stream that. But Sam is going to say, like whenever we do take a music break, which should be every 30 minutes, but Sam will say we're gonna have a short music break. So if you listen to that, you'll turn the stream.
We're gonna try to do it like before the bottom and top of every album, so.
Yeah, and we should do it every 30 minutes because we have to play a talk show liner to like tell people that like
A good old station ID.
yes, in the station ID. So so yeah, we're gonna get started, and can we all signal to them once the stream should be starting?
The other thing you can do is just run the stream the whole 4 hours and just switch audio on and off.
Yeah, that's what we're kind of thinking of doing.
I mean, I'm streaming technically now, because I was like seeing if this is working.
We're already streaming.
Technically.
Okay.
That's fine.
I don't know, because I was like playing with this.
We had discussed putting a card or something up.
Yeah, I thought I had to do this. I don't know if that's sufficient or not. But it's kind of hard to read, so I'm gonna have to fix that. But just like a little.
Okay.
I don't know if that works or not.
Yeah,
It's kind of hard to see
you
though.
gotta watch your edges. It's really close to the edges.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see.
Make it 3 lines.
But I don't know.
All right. You guys think you're okay? Radio, you guys are okay?
Seems to be.
I'm gonna hang out in my office. I'm gonna watch from my office for a little bit. I will check in before I leave to go home.
Okay.
It looks like you're all set.
I'm gonna try one more time, Bob.
Enjoy your sandwiches and your
Yes. I will. Do you guys need that?
No.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. And are you gonna use the 4 chairs at any time during the show, or almost?
Probably just need 2 because we only have 2.
Yeah, 2, okay. So if we don't need that one.
There we go. And you can, wait, yeah. Here, I just need 2. This, just like throw this in.
Oh gosh, forgot we're still live. Yeah.
So I may move the camera, but this is like what's going on.
Oh, that's what you're seeing?
Yes.
Good point. God, you mentioned that.
It's very late here, so.
I think it's over there. Oh yeah, we do that too. Oh, okay.
Oh,
People watching.
No, not even close. Okay, so that's what it looks like now.
So it's exactly what it is. Yes, it's exactly.
But it's just like delayed like 30 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Hello everybody, I'm Michelle, and this first segment is a mock election. We can talk about musical choices by the songs that we use in ads.
There's other campaign events. We picked out 16 songs from each candidate from each major party. We've
They were part of the police.
Oh, nice. Like, I'm pretty sure we don't have any emails.
It evoked a bit of a Bob
No,
Dylan
after
vibe,
like
in
our
my
last show
opinion.
in like 2 weeks, so like not next Thursday, but
The meetings of the show should give me 4 6 hours.
yeah.
4 with 2 and 2, 4, and then 4 meetings,
Mhm.
including 4, 3, 6 in an hour for 7 hours.
Wait, so you need 20, like, we just need 20 for like if you, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I needed 20 since like I submitted my trump card last month.
Okay, hold up.
So right
That
now I
gives
need
you
4.
1, 2, 3 weeks. So 3 times 4 is only 12.
Oh, you?
Oh, bro, you're early.
You're
Oh,
way
no, I
early.
just need to take pictures.
Oh.
Just for alerts. Okay, that's perfect, because then we can kind of like show you the alerts too. But he's doing scholarship hours, so I'll probably be saying anyways. So I'll be alone. Yeah, but I
Wait,
think,
what do you mean by, yeah, what is it about meetings again?
well, like right after the 20th, no, the 19th, we're gonna be done. Unless, well, I mean, we could probably count if you apply for assistant producer, you probably count like be like interview process, because like that needs to be paid now, but whoever is gonna hold
I
the
can't
meeting.
disagree with
And
anything
then,
that's been said.
and then like if she
Would
decides
you like
like
me to reveal some of the other songs
like
used
she
by
decides
both
like
candidates
hey,
before I reveal their identities?
then like she
All right,
decides
well,
like
this
half
is going to be the best part.
and
So,
so it's like
besides the ones you just heard, candidate A used Kokomo by the Beach Boys, I Won't Back Down by Tom Petty, God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood, High Hopes by Panic at the Disco.
Oh my god.
Yes.
okay, but
I'm sorry, okay. So
My Way
for
by
every
Frank
position,
Sinatra.
that's like just
Hallelujah
key,
by
right?
Larry
It's not gonna
Cohen.
interview.
Oh
Do
no.
we do 5 times?
no, that's just like purely by like I just chose Katie like that.
Electric
Just
I'm sorry.
like sat down and talked to her for a little bit.
But like there's no like do we have something like a resume I can run in
Yes,
this song?
I feel like, well, it depends what you want, but usually it's a resume, you cover letter.
Okay.
So you just kind of change words and. Also, Leslie said she doesn't think they're gonna do a music break at 8:30.
They're not gonna do what?
Okay, I think they're just gonna do a straight in at 8:30, so like.
And we've
Leslie
got
thinks they'll go a few minutes
3 more
later.
here for
Nice,
candidate A.
Cause
So,
they're like planning.
Electric Avenue by Eddie Grant, so yeah, artist of color there.
She's thinking they're just gonna do like a little liner they have and then a talk show one and then the like.
Let's see, we have
Okay.
You Can't Always Get What You Want by the Rolling
Okay, yeah,
Stones.
yeah. Is the light okay? The lights. I don't know if I like the lights. Cause like there's so much shadow going on. Okay, look at that. Save that
Yeah.
for this.
Alright, and the last one, last but not least, it's a cover of Linkin Park's In the End.
Nothing else?
I don't know who did it, but it was in an ad for this candidate.
It's 30 seconds late, so we gotta wait.
No, this is like straight from the end. That stream is 30 seconds
It's
late.
100% expected, isn't it?
Of course.
No, this literally
So,
is like
for
connected to
candidate
that, so
D,
it's
we
like
have
the stream
Higher and
is
Higher by
like
Jackie
totally
Wilson.
fine.
There's no change, no difference.
I mean, like a little.
What About
but
Us
not
by Pink.
really. Yeah.
I don't think
It's fine. Just leave it.
Alright,
we'll have more fun later, but for now, we're gonna take a little music break here on KTRM's election coverage. Keep it locked to the left here on 88.7 KTRM.
An actual vote. Not that it really matters, but.
No, I don't think. We were at time.
Yeah, that's true. But, who knows how we'll, alright. Oh, boy.
So I think now
Oh,
then,
here's a mess. Oh,
What?
Leslie said, I don't think we should do a music break at 8:30, think just minor and talk show morning.
Oh,
Oh, well.
9, yeah.
well, I need, sorry,
No, that's valid.
I need a mental break.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
No, that's valid. I'm like so tired. Oh, how did we get here? Okay, should I switch out my screen perhaps?
Maybe, actually, yeah, why don't you, yeah.
Yeah, I will do that. Should I?
And Blaine, would you want to maybe be in the booth?
Yeah, I mean, I can do whatever.
Okay, yeah, why don't you, sorry, I didn't,
No, you're good. It's cool. I'm just vibe check. How did it go? Sound
I
okay?
think it's fine.
Yeah.
It's a fun start.
Yeah, you guys
My
sound.
brain is not here, but that's okay.
Well, we're gonna throw it right in there.
No.
If you want half a cup of coffee.
I'll be okay. Yeah, I might like take a break for, well, we will have like, interviews though, so that'll be nice.
Starting at 9.
Yeah,
we have-
yeah.
And Will is getting here at 9, so like,
Okay.
we can't, that's kind of our deadline.
Yep.
Cool.
Well, yeah, we will not go, we will have,
Okay.
we'll make sure to get.
Will you be able to signal to them when we're gonna be back on?
Yeah, can you like let me know when the song's going to be over?
Yeah, I'll throw a thumbs up when I'm like playing the liner.
Should I unplug these when switching out to the booth?
What?
Should I unplug my headphones when going over to the booth and just switch them out? Should I just leave them here?
Are you not gonna be on air for this part?
We were thinking maybe Reese would be up here for the live. Is that okay? Can you ask
If he
him?
wants to, I'll see.
Sorry, I should text.
Yeah.
Have you believed the text? Forget.
Because I figured, like, on the thing, it was YouTube primarily discussing it, so.
So are you gonna go live at 8:30?
Yeah, I'll give you, Leslie's gonna let me know when.
Okay.
What the song's about to end, and we'll be talking then.
Okay.
It's or you, yeah, I don't know if you can see it, but I'll make sure you know.
Great. Because I need to check that from the camera. So.
Yeah, I'll be here.
It appears it's going to be a long election month.
Is that cool if you want to come in?
Oh, that's fine.
I just wondered whether since you're the one person on this boat.
It's going to be a long week. But there are millions of votes, absentee and mail-in that are.
Yeah, it's looking very much like this is being dragged into like Friday.
I would still rather be Joe Biden,
Oh, yes.
but all things being equal, you would have rather won Florida.
Yeah, that's a little disappointing. But honestly, like Florida keeps staying like +2 Republican for the last like 15 years.
And
So.
if Trump wins Florida by 1.5 points in an environment that was +9 Democrat, Florida, in my mind, means it is not a swing state.
Yeah.
But okay.
I cannot see Leslie.
KTRM, Kirksville. The views and opinions expressed throughout the following program do not reflect those of KTRM, Truman State University, or the Communications Department. Thank you for supporting local radio.
And we're back here on KTRM's election coverage. I'm Sam, here with Leslie and Blaine and Reese. And we're going to talk about, and Connor, and we're going to talk about the presidential race. How did we get here? There was a thing called the primary, remember that?
There was. It's kind of been a very long road. In some ways, this has been a 5-year campaign. 2016 never ended. But in other ways, it's been more like a 3-year campaign that began at the midterm. You look at what happened in 2018. Democrats won the popular vote by about 8 points, mostly due to some movement in the suburbs among folks that would traditionally be Republicans, college-educated white voters, moms in, the St. Louis suburbs. For example, you think about the Missouri 2nd Congressional District, where Ann Wagner in 2016 won by about 20 points, and then in 2018 only won by 4 points. And so that was the trend throughout America. And the question was that going to carry over into the primary and reshape Democratic primary voters? Were they going to be a little more conservative, a little more right-leaning, absorbing old Republicans? And there were really 2 major campaigns, that had a theory of the case that made sense in terms of winning the Democratic primary. You can't really do that without some support from African-American voters and Latino voters. There were only 2 campaigns that had that, Joe Biden's, Bernie Sanders's. Bernie Sanders was under the impression that young turnout would carry him to the nomination. Joe Biden was under the impression that, a little bit more conservative suburbanites would carry him. That ended up happening. And along the way, there were these debates about health care policy on the left and in the center. The center won that debate. It appears public option is in Joe Biden's campaign plank, but not Medicare for all. There were debates about climate change, tax policy, how much to focus on Trump. And what we found out was none of that really mattered all that much because voters were focused on electability, and there was this perception that Joe Biden was the most electable candidate, and he won. And so then the task at hand, I guess, became uniting the left and the center, and we're seeing the results of that tonight. I'm not sure if that coalition is going to hold together. If you want, we can talk about what's happened in Florida thus far. Florida counts their votes fairly quickly. We were testing out some theories, I think, political scientists, about Biden's strength with seniors and with suburbanites, and he did end up improving his margin with seniors and in the suburbs. But conversely, and we're not sure if this is going to be a problem that only for the Biden campaign that exists in Florida, but there was some obvious weakness with Hispanic voters. And so at this moment, the president is up in Florida by a fairly comfortable margin. Somewhere
about 3.5 points.
About 3.5 points is what the New York Times is predicting the final outcome may end up being. And that may be a Florida problem, but it may extend elsewhere, but we don't know because the Georgia suburbs and the North Carolina suburbs and the Pennsylvania suburbs all look very different from Miami-Dade County. So we'll see what happens. But there's a lot of interesting dynamics to follow, of course. What I've been most interested in, and I'm curious to hear everyone's thoughts, has been the transition of the suburbs to being a little more Democratic-leaning and rural areas to being almost ruby red Republican. Something that I think has kind of happened in our lifetimes. You can see that in this state as results are trickling in. And I don't know what the electoral consequences of that are going to be. Democrats did win the popular vote by 8 points in the House 2 years ago, but this is a different election. It's a nationalized election, and we're not talking about, voting for an individual congressperson where, with, maybe 30% of voters don't know who they are. We're talking about a presidential election where name recognition is at 100%. But, is there a trend that's interested you the most, Sam, in this, election that's come up so far?
Yeah, I think the increased enthusiasm among voters across the political spectrum is something that is interesting to me, and seeing whether it will be a net benefit for Democrats, because the discourse has been high turnout is good for Democrats, but I think there's a lot of enthusiasm on the the Republican side, and I think we're seeing some of that in Florida maybe, and that there is greater enthusiasm among Democrats, but it's equally so, if not more, on the Republican side.
Connor, thinking about trends that have come up, what about you? What's piqued your curiosity? Connor? Yes.
So trends that have piqued my curiosity, am I coming through?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Well, the big thing is whether, Biden is able to hold on to, the suburban votes, specifically suburban women that, went towards Democrats during the 2018 debate.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I thought I saw a call happen on the screen there. A call did not happen, so I'm just going to try to stay in my seat. So, what are we seeing out of Missouri thus far? What's the map looking like?
Presidential 18% in, Biden leads 56 to 43.
Okay. What I'll be curious to see is whether or not Missouri is going to have two viable political parties on a statewide level after this election. I don't think that's the determinant of whether Mike Parson or Nicole Galloway is elected governor. I think it is determined by whether or not Nicole Galloway is able to get more than the 46% of the vote that Claire McCaskill and Chris Koster received 2 and 4 years ago. Because if she's not, then that suggests that may be the new ceiling for Democrats, and that is going to be a problem because if you look at any of these maps from the last couple of years, they're only winning Clay County, and Jackson County, and Boone County, St. Louis County, and St. Louis City. And, that's not enough. In some states, you can kind of get away with just winning blue urban areas, but that's usually offset by the fact that the rural counties are a lot smaller in those states. In Missouri, you've got counties with 30, 40,000 people, and if you lose them 70-30 or 80-20, and you lose 113 of them, you're not going to get elected to anything statewide. It still looks like it's early. I don't believe we have results from Adair as of yet, but, when we get them, we'll keep you posted. But I would like to say that some candidates are already declaring victory in their races, but these are uncompetitive races. The one that comes to mind is in my home in St. Louis. Cori Bush, who launched an upset primary campaign, upset victory, against incumbent Lacey Clay. She defeated him in August in a close race, and this is a district that is plus 30 Democrat leaning, so it was never really that competitive, but she's declared victory, and she is going to Congress in January. A member of the Justice Democrats, someone who is considerably to the left, not just Lacey Clay, but Joe Biden and, the median Democrats. So we're going to see how St. Louis politics reacts to sending an activist to Congress. But I think we're going to be pretty interested to see what she does in the next 2 years in office, and whether or not she faces a primary in 2022, because there are a lot of Democrats in St. Louis, especially within the Central Committee, who were not so keen on Cori Bush. But also in, terms of Republican areas that are less competitive, Blaine Luetkemeyer in the 3rd is also declaring victory. A district that is as Republican as Cori Bush's is Democratic. So what we're really waiting on in Missouri that's going to be competitive is the 2nd district, and that is a race between Jill Shoup, who's a state senator, and Ann Wagner, the incumbent representative, and that is going to play out a lot like other races in 2018, I think, where we look at what's happening to the suburbs. I'll be really curious to see how that goes.
Yeah, because that district is almost exclusively suburban.
Yes.
So that, it will be telling, that might be telling of political fates of other suburban candidates.
Yes. Thoughts in the booth. Just want to bring other people in on conversation if there are thoughts about what's happening tonight, whether in the presidential race or in Missouri.
Well, I think as we mentioned earlier, you see Democrats carrying urban counties, which which is not really surprising since generally Democrats have had better poll in urban areas, and since Missouri only really has 3 major urban centers, kind of Kansas City, St. Louis, and either Springfield or Columbia, that area. And you see the rest, those are all kind of in a line, but you see you have the entire north and entire south of the state, which are comparatively very sparsely populated, but generally lean more Republican. So that seems one of the things I've often heard reiterated is that Democrats have a pretty firm hold on the urban areas, but they don't really have much influence in the rest of the state. And for a statewide politics, that's kind of gives them a weakness.
I think that's something that surprised me to see. They're showing the expected voter turnout for rural counties in Missouri was a lot higher than it had been in the past. I think voter turnout in general is going to be much higher this year, but I think that I'm interested to see how that's going to affect the results, because I mean, we had counties that were normally had a much lower voter turnout. They're expected to have 80% of the population voting. So, I mean, to me, that seems like, well, that'll push Missouri red, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I think kind of what Leslie was saying about increased voter turnout, I think overall across the nation we're going to see much higher voter turnout than we've had in the past, mostly because this election has become a lot more partisan than other elections in the past, and kind of the language and rhetoric surrounding the whole election, all the elections have become much more, I kind of hate to use this word, but much more apocalyptic. And kind of one of the things we made a comparison is kind of Gilded Age politics, where every election there was very high, since the party apparatuses were much stronger back then, they were able to kind of mobilize their local voters more, and to do that they kind of use this rhetoric of kind of apocalyptic language, especially, and that was very useful, especially in the aftermath of the Civil War and that period.
Yes. There is another thing that I'm thinking about here. I think that we have some expectations about what this increased turnout in rural Missouri is going to mean, just because of these historical examples and what we've seen in past elections. But honestly, when you have this many new voters, it's kind of hard to pin them down ideologically, because they haven't been, included in counts in the past, and so these are people who, we can guess how they lean based on demographics. This area is, a lot of non-college educated whites who tend to lean Republican, but they were also low propensity voters. So there seems to be two theories of the case. There's one that's obviously a lot better for Democrats, which is the hope that these voters are Democrats who have not turned out in past elections because they've not been competitive and didn't feel compelled to vote, and so they're voting now. And that's obviously the hope that Nicole Galloway has, and perhaps Joe Biden if he wanted an outside shot to win Missouri. But the Republican answer to that question is that these are the so-called silent majority that Donald Trump talks about, voters who lean conservative but have not voted because they've not been motivated or energized by a candidate. But, if we're really going to see 80% turnout in Adair, 90% in Lewis, and, relatively comparable numbers in other places, part of me tends to think that the Republican answer is probably the accurate one, just seeing how elections have gone in Missouri thus far. But, I've been wrong before. There was a year, it was called 2016. A lot of people were wrong, so. But I think you'd rather be Mike Parson. I think you'd rather be a Republican if you're running on the ballot in Missouri this year, except if your name is Ann Wagner.
Yeah. And to that end, do you have any, what is your feeling on what the result of specifically the governor's race?
So, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to throw it back to the booth. I think that obviously we're dealing with a different Missouri than the one that existed 8 years ago that elected Jay Nixon governor again by double-digit margins. That Missouri is gone. But the question is, how many of those Nixon voters who ended up voting for Greitens are now saying that they can vote for Galloway? I don't know that it's the crossover is what she's going to need. We may run into a situation where, in the first time in recent memory, a Democrat on the statewide ticket underperforms the national ticket. Now, that's not necessarily what I'm expecting. We still have a lot of precincts out, but it is an outcome that I think that could certainly happen. But I don't want to say that there's no crossover appeal for Nicole Galloway. There obviously is. She was elected auditor in 2018 with 50% of the vote. She won Greene County, which has Springfield. She won St. Charles. But it was against a candidate who was not Mike Parson. This was a candidate who perhaps did not meet residency requirements to even run for office in Missouri. This was a person who had a lot of different issues in their campaign. And now she's running against an incumbent governor who a lot of Missouri voters have not soured on in the way that they soured on Eric Greitens. His approval ratings aren't great, but are they enough to overcome Missouri's partisan lean? It's about 11 points more Republican than the nation as a whole. I think we're going to find out tonight, but I do wonder if Claire McCaskill couldn't do it 2 years ago with $35 million. If Nicole Galloway can do it tonight with significantly less than that.
There was one interesting opinion poll asking Missouri voters their opinion of Parsons' handling of the pandemic response, and the unfavorable response was about even. So whether that is in line with the vote share remains to be seen.
Yeah. Back in the booth, what are your expectations for Galloway and Parson tonight?
I feel like it might end up being closer than we expect, partially because I think Greitens won because he had certain qualities of him that made him attractive, and I think that Parsons doesn't have those qualities, but he has other factors in his favor. He was a sheriff before he was elected lieutenant governor and then became governor. And he is not as politically, to my knowledge, not as politically active as other Republicans in the state. And he might be able to produce this image of kind of a small town sheriff, a small town politician, who's not as embroiled in the larger political landscape. And he may use that to appeal to certain voters.
I think actually this is a good time. We just talked about polling data about Parson on COVID. We're talking about electoral appeal right now. Dr. Jay Self, actually from the communications department, did an interview with a poli-sci student, and I think that'd be a good time to hear what they had to say about polling.
Right, yeah, so we've got a little clip from Dr. Self and another clip from the poli-sci student, both interviewed by Katie Varner at KTRM Studios, so let's check out what they had to say. Or our audio might not want to play.
It may not. It may not. But in the meantime, there is an X factor that we've yet to bring up, which has been, there are some amendments on the ballot that may actually produce the kind of crossover that Galloway may need if she thinks she's going to be elected governor tonight. And I'm talking about Amendment 3. Amendment 3, of course, dealing with redistricting, trying to repeal Clean Missouri. Amendment 1, as it was known in 2018. But it appears that in the polling that we have, that Amendment 3 failing is a more likely outcome than not. And so if that is true, perhaps that would help Galloway. But the same argument was made about medical marijuana, about the minimum wage, and Claire McCaskill just 2 years ago. And, of course, those measures passed, and Josh Hawley was elected over Claire McCaskill. So it seems that there is a populist bent in Missouri, but it may not work out in terms of making up the partisan gap in Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, it really is interesting. Missouri voters have passed fairly progressive ballot measures, but have continued to elect fairly conservative legislators.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I interrupt you for a second, I think we'll have our audio for us now.
All right, let's hear that.
Since the 2016 presidential election, more and more Americans have grown skeptical regarding the accuracy of political polling numbers and and their actual ability to predict election results. We turn to communication professor Dr. Self and political science student Jackson Elder to hear what they think.
It's hard to say. At this point, I mean, really, political polling's reputation is on the line this year. You're right, in 2016 there was a polling error, but if you looked at people like Nate Silver on 538, what he was saying is instead of saying it's Clinton's leading, Clinton's losing, or Trump's leading or Trump's losing, what he was saying is there an X percentage chance that Clinton could win, and there's an X percentage chance that Trump could win. And that's probably a better way to do that. The thing to keep in mind is that all polling is a snapshot in time. And it depends on how many people you talk to, does your sampling match, things like that, and that's become more difficult to do in recent years. The bias in media isn't liberal or conservative. Surely there are outlets that are more liberal and more conservative, right? If you want a conservative viewpoint, you go to Fox News. You want a liberal one, you go to MSNBC. But by and large, mainstream media, its bias isn't political, its bias is corporate, because it has to make money. So I can be more sensational, or I can really hype up conflict, or I can talk about issues that people want to hear much more about, even though maybe they're not as important as some of these other things that we talk about. Those are ways that we get viewers or subscribers or clicks, is to make sure that we get people on there to give them what they want, rather than sometimes what they need.
The media in this election cycle is obviously very aware. 2016 was a spotlight situation to where we got to understand a lot of where the media was and what improvements it really needed to make. A lot of the polling data especially didn't account for certain factors, changes in the electorate that a lot of polling sites didn't account for, whether that be the increase in college-educated voters voting for Democrats and less educated voters turning toward Republicans, something that wasn't evident in 2012. But going further on the media line, media outlets didn't quite know how to report all these different skewed polls, how all this new incoming data, especially with the events that occurred in October just before the election and on election day. I think a lot of outlets, especially in 2020, have become more cognizant of that. They're understanding how to look at polls. They're looking at multiple different kinds, different audiences, representations, samples. And I think that makes the polls in 2020 more carefully eyed. In terms of disinformation, obviously it's very hard for anyone to really understand where certain aspects are going to come from. That just is up to election security and how well media vet their sources. But I think in terms of a comparison to 2016, we're definitely doing a better job.
For some Truman students, this is the second or even first presidential election they've had the opportunity to vote in. While COVID-19 conditions made it difficult to vote in person, every student's vote still makes an impact.
I would say your vote always matters. It's even if you think it's not going to affect the outcome of the race, it's still important to have your voice heard, right? One of the things that political scientists or political pundits talk about is, does a candidate have a mandate? So not only does your candidate win, but also by how much. And if it's a huge margin, then you talk about, well, they really have a mandate then to do what it is they campaigned on, because so many people voted for them. It's just a part of the process, and you gotta be a part of the process. I'm just a firm believer in that. Every 4 years we hear the argument, this is the most important election of our lifetime, and I would agree with that in the sense that every election, the most recent election, the current election, is the most important one. But I mean, really, it depends on what motivates you. Are the issues that are on the ballot, the things that are being discussed at the presidential level, at the state level, even at the local level, are those important issues to you? If they are, then yeah, it's a pretty damn important election.
Historically, we've been told that we don't matter, but this election seems to indicate that we're mattering more than ever. Young voters have always been something that the candidates have been trying to get after, but not often do we turn out. Voting in this election, whether it be by small margins or big margins, all matters. This is our biggest chance to influence any election in history. If we don't get out and vote, someone else is, whether it be for our opinion or against it. We want to make sure that for our ideas, our democracy, and the basic ways that we're going to keep up this nation, because we are what's coming next. We are the generation that comes up.
All right, so we heard a bit from Dr. Self and political science student Jackson Elder. Thoughts on that?
Well, let me start off with what Dr. Self said about polling. I think that in general, it's hard to. I think that there's a time when that assumption is right. I think at the end of a campaign, there's a lot of herding that happens with polling, and that's polling averages exist, and pollsters try to get their results to match the average a little more evenly because no one wants to be off by a lot or wrong by a lot. And sometimes pollsters will weight their data differently so that they get a result that makes sense. But I think before the last 2 or 3 weeks of a campaign, you can generally assume that depending on the pollster, all pollsters are not created equal. You've got Rasmussen, which is, not exactly a high-grade pollster. You've got Trafalgar, which is not great. But then you've also got the New York Times, Siena Post, which is generally very good at predicting the outcome of elections. And those are not, I think, as susceptible to the kind of bias that Dr. Self is talking about, because what polls can only make, money and traffic for a website if people trust the polls. And so the polls have to be right some of the time for people to keep coming back to look at them. So I get the cynicism, but I think ultimately that, we should, give the polls a grain of salt when we're looking at them, but overall, they're an okay metric to go by. We don't have to worry about corporate influence all that much on the polling. But maybe there are some contravailing takes. Sam, Eric?
I mean, I think all media outlets do have biases because they have interests that they want to kind of promote. And I think all media outlets, no matter whether it's news, whether it's print, whether it's online, it's going to do whatever they think is going to be the most economically solvent decision. And if that's being more accurate in your polling, or if that's being less accurate in their polling, they're going to do what they think will be more financially successful, or what would not hurt them financially.
I think to Dr. Self's point about polling and media being corporate, you look at major news networks, they're owned by massive corporations, Comcast, Disney, 21st Century Fox. I think the result, read into that what you will, but I think that's a very interesting and valid point that he makes.
I will also say, this point that he made about the reputation about polling, I will say the averages generally have Joe Biden up by about 8 points in the national popular vote. If we end this election night or election week, election month, whatever it may be, and Donald Trump has been reelected president and he is closer than down by 8 points, significantly closer, I think it will be important for us to all take a post-mortem and look at what polling got wrong this time, because in 2016 polling was pretty spot on nationally. It said Hillary Clinton would win the popular vote by 3. She won it by 2. But state polling was quite off, and it looks as if state polling may have underestimated the president tonight in Florida. We're not entirely sure yet. A lot of networks have not made that call, but clearly there are decisions that you make as a pollster that do affect the results that you find. If you don't invest in, a Spanish-speaking person to do a lot of your polling, you miss Spanish speakers, and that may matter in a state, for example, that has several 100,000 Spanish-speaking voters, and that's how undercounting happens. But this may also be a good night for polling. We don't know yet. There's a lot of mail-in vote, there's a lot of early vote, and there's a lot of election day vote, and until we get all those numbers, we won't know who was right and who was wrong.
Right. I think you bring up some good points, Reese. We're going to wrap this up real quick and take a music break.
All right.
KTRM, KTRM, Curse.
I think you're free.
I am. I will say this.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for joining me.
Following program do not reflect those of KTRM, Truman State University, or the Communication Department. Thank you for supporting local radio.
All right, you are back on air here on 88.7 KTRM Kirksville, and we are doing election coverage. We're talking about the election. We're talking about voting. You heard some predictions talk about polls earlier from us, but we're going to kind of hone in to more of a community view right now. So we have Will Hendrickson here, who is the president of the Student Climate Union.
Yeah, Student Climate Union.
So if you weren't aware, the Student Climate Union put together several events this semester. We had the climate strike. What was that, like a month ago?
Yeah, October 9th, so just under a month, actually.
Yeah, so we had the climate strike. Definitely voting was a big topic there, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
And then they had a petition that was calling for classes to be canceled on Election Day so students could go out and vote. And that petition got a lot of attention. So tell me about how this all started. What sparked you guys wanting to start this petition and kind of begin the action that we've seen?
Yeah, so contrary to popular belief, a big argument people have levied against us about calling for the cancellation of class on Election Day is COVID. People were really scared about us bringing COVID back to the campus because asking for Election Day off, but this petition was actually in the works when Climate Union was first approved as an organization in the spring of 2020 originally. And we just had this original idea that the only way we can have an effective democracy in America is if we have as many people possible voting. And the only way we can do that is to maximize access to the polls. And one place that college students specifically have a hard time getting away is the fact that we have classes on Election Day. And so we just thought, why doesn't our university that prides itself on being this kind of open-minded liberal arts school do better to ensure voting access?
Right, exactly. And I think, too, it really brings to your attention the experience that a lot of underrepresented groups are having. A lot of people who are working while they're a full-time student. So, you have an 8-hour shift. And you've got 2 classes all on Tuesday. If you're working in food service, you're going to be at work, you're not able to leave because it's Election Day. So I think that I've heard a lot of people saying, well, we don't get to get off work for Election Day, but I think that the point is, you don't get to get off work, and you should be able to have that opportunity in the day. If it's only going to be one day you can vote, to be able to go actually vote.
Yeah, and I think one place, if I could do it all over again, the original idea was to call for the closing of campus entirely. There was some internal debates, there were some discussions. Cancel class had a better ring to it, it was easier to communicate. We also felt we could get somewhere further with it, but we wanted to advocate that Sodexo workers, custodians, university faculty, and students all alike ought to have the right to vote. And if you look at our petitions, we're calling for this movement to make sure that everyone in the Truman State community can vote because, good, bad, or indifferent, we're all stuck here, and this is a country, so we all need to be involved.
Right, and that's a good point. I hadn't even thought about faculty or Sodexo workers, which a lot of students are employed by Sodexo, being able to have that time off to vote. So for the listeners, what happened with the petition was, it got a lot of attention. We had, over 800 signatures.
We tapped out at about 879 today in the middle of our strike, which is kind of the final that we're doing with it. We also started a second petition, which was kind of the sign up for the strike, and that garnered over 70 students saying they were going to walk out of class. And I would say throughout the numbers we saw of people filtering in and out of McLean, compared also with the people who were there all day, I would say we probably had about 60 different people in McLean at a given time.
So, when did you all decide to further what you were doing to create this sit-in? Because I know that wasn't in the original petition. So how was the process with that?
Yeah, so we hosted the climate strike on October 9th, and I think we had a lot of adrenaline. It was Climate Union's really first event, and I had a meeting with Vice President Provost Janet Gooch literally at 20 minutes after the climate strike ended, and the university was very much not even willing to come to a compromise, and it was just kind of I hope you guys vote, and they closed the door on us, and so we said, well, even if we at that point we didn't accept defeat in the regards of like, oh, we knew classes weren't going to be canceled, but we decided that if they're going to do this, we're going to make ourselves a spectacle, and we're going to be the focus of it. That like, okay, you guys can do this, but you have at that time it was only 400 students, so we see that really we had a 400 student like signature jump in just under a month, which shows the power of this movement. We're going to be, our main point was, if the school's not listening to its students, we're going to make sure the students are seen and heard in, the headquarters of the university in McLean Hall.
Right. That's great. So I know you said that there was probably about 60 students that came in and out of the sit-in. So, I mean, how would you candidly gauge how successful the sit-in was?
I think that's kind of a hard question because it depends on what you define successful. Like, usually people, when they protest, are like, well, do you want to see some kind of systemic change? And the problem is this issue could be changed for this election. But the big thing I wanted to see was students engaged in discussions of democracy and talking about things like voter access. And I think that was definitely successful. And I think we've energized the fact that there are now probably more students who definitely care about our movement, definitely care about voting, and who are willing to question authority in regards to like the university's power over them.
Right, yeah, that's definitely a good point. And it was good to see so many. I mean, I think that's something that we've kind of lacked as a university in the last few years, as a sort of this central progressive organizing among students. Other schools have a student action chapter, which is a national organization that gets students together to show their power in numbers and does several protests trying to get administration to change how things work. But yeah, I think that's something that it's cool to see that push towards that.
Well, and where I definitely think, I think that those groups have always existed on our campus and they take different forms. Because I got to give a shout out to the Progressive Student Alliance. They really helped us out. They've been phenomenal allies to our movement. But the big thing, I think, the difference that these universities lacked is I think there is this missing piece of you guys are human, and it's you guys aren't just students, and these grades aren't the only thing that matter in your life, that the world around us doesn't stop when we're at Truman. We are all caught up in the politics of this. The fact that you and I are having this interview in masks, and I had to enforce social distancing today, proves the point that there are so many other things that we need to be engaged in, and that the narrative I want to change about our society is that you can't just be passive anymore. We're all engaged. We all have to be involved. I think the summer with the BLM protests really highlighted that well. I think the climate strikes in the past have really highlighted that well. And I think the fact that, at this point, not only is it's sad to say, but it gets to a point where wearing a mask isn't just a civic duty, but it is a form of activism anymore. That there are so many people who are willing to fight you on it that you have to show protecting other people in a safe way is a form of action we are taking, because there are plenty of people who don't do that.
Right, definitely. Yeah, I think the pandemic is bringing into our attention, like you said, how we want to act like we're just at school and we're just focusing on Truman, but no, there's so many other things going on in everyone's lives, and to be able to be treated like a human being with respect and dignity, and I think that's included with being able to vote. If you are a citizen who's treated with respect and dignity, you would be able to vote on election day.
Well, and it's being listened to. Where I felt frustration, I know Climate Union felt frustration, and not just with the university, but even working with different students. We had a lot of different students and different organizations doubt us and say that this is pointless, this is dumb, you should do something different. And we said, no, we firmly believe this. We have 800 students who are willing to stand behind this, and everyone is saying they have these democratic principles of this is how we're going to get things done. We have the most bare bones, raw principles. We have student voices, the First Amendment, a large petition, and the right to gather, and we utilized all of those to really get our point across here.
Right, definitely. So what sort of challenges did you find that might have been unexpected in putting this all together?
In putting this together, convincing people. The big thing was we were working with the AAUP, which is basically this national organization of professors, and they have a chapter here. It's like a professors union nationally, and they have a chapter here, and they were really great about getting our petition out, but once we said the words sit in, strike, walk out, that was kind of there was some unease there, and there was also a lot of unease on the students' part, and there's different organizations who made their argument, and a lot of them made their case about COVID-19, and we definitely heard that. And the biggest part of that was we were going to maximize safety, and I think the the last thing that really affected people was they didn't think that there was no, like, end goal here. And the end goal is that, like, this movement is not going to stop on Election Day, because no matter who wins tonight or Friday or December, whenever we actually know who our governing body is going to be, Climate Union is going to be back in January, and we're going to be, like, fighting twice as hard as we have been, and we're going to keep the same energy and the same kind of principles that led this movement. So the hardest thing was really getting people to, like, believe that there was legitimacy behind what we were doing.
Right, yeah. And I think that even on a national scale, we're seeing this kind of disconnect between, we'll use this local example of say, yeah, I totally support this movement, I think that everyone should be able to vote, and then feeling this sense of hesitation when it comes to taking action on that, when what you're doing is you're using your power, the power that you have. And I think that if you were tuned into Dr. Self's interview earlier, he was talking about candidates who have these platforms where they say they're going to do all these things, and then if they're not doing them, we have to hold them accountable. And that's what, and in civil unrest that's been going on in the country, that's what we're seeing is a lot of these organizers saying, this is the power we have to hold people accountable to what they say they're going to do. So,
right, and I would even take it a step further. I wouldn't even say it's a point of holding them accountable. And this might be kind of pessimistic, but I kind of believe that anymore, especially with our generation, we are the ones who have to act. We can't count on legislators to even do anything. And this isn't necessarily holding people accountable. This is saying that, like, if you see an issue, you stand up and you do something. And if, like, that's, like, starting an internet petition, if that's sharing a post, those are bare minimums, but, like, you gotta keep taking it up those steps. Like, at our climate strike, we were saying, this should not be your only event. And I know at the Breonna Taylor March, which was phenomenal, they were saying the exact same things. Like, it's really cool when this is, like, a hot button issue, and it's in, and you can post it on Instagram, it's trendy, but you also have to show up when it's not popular. You gotta show up when people are against you and are going to doubt you, because if you won't do it, then no one else will. And that's kind of what we're advocating for. This is student solidarity, this is youth solidarity, and this is, like, if you agree with these tenets, like, come stand with us, because we'll stand with you.
Right, yeah, that's awesome. So I know you are saying that the point of this is to further this student solidarity and to further action. So is there any sort of action that's in the works right now from the Student Climbing Union that we could expect further on in the year or next semester?
Yeah, so this semester we're kind of done. This was the big project. My team has been phenomenal. All the people I've worked with have been phenomenal, and we're all drained, especially after how long today was. But in the spring, we're definitely going right back to climate change, which was the original reason we were founded. And we're going to be working with groups like PSA and, Sunrise Kirksville. And if any organizations happen to listen to this and want to get involved, we're going to prioritize Truman State releasing their financial records and proving to the student body where their money is spent. And then we are going to ensure that there are no funds coming in or out to fossil fuel industries. We're going to call for complete divestment. Then we will be doing some kind of movement, whether we work with Kirksville, the city of Kirksville Township, or, of course, the university itself to endorse the Green New Deal. All of these we expect to be very uphill battles, but I've kind of really adopted this, like, mentality that the only good battle is an uphill battle. Like, if you're not fighting something that is hard, then you're not fighting a fight worth,
Right, yeah, and the divestment is a good point. That was something I wasn't even aware of, is that Truman had been investing some of their money in the fossil fuel industry, so that is a good point. And I kind of want to bring the conversation here to a little more of a broader scale, and if anyone in the booth wants to chime in here, I just want to ask one more thing. At the climate strike, I was there, we talked a lot about voting for climate justice, and I think, to some people that might be a confusing thing. There's no measure on the ballot that says, fill in this bubble for climate justice. So what does voting for climate justice look like to you?
I think it's really obvious, and Climate Union, especially today, we were really good about being nonpartisan. But frankly, it's the bare minimum right now is candidates who believe in science and who will listen to people who spend their lives doing this. Being a college student, I've learned that, like, when a professor tells you something who has spent decades of their life researching and studying things, they probably know what they're talking about. And so the bare minimum is, like, finding politicians who believe that. The next step is finding politicians who believe, like, the reason we support the Green New Deal so heavily is the Green New Deal is not only a climate program, but it's a jobs program to help fight poverty. It helps ensure health care for all Americans, and it also fights racial injustice created by climate change. So the fact that kind of all injustices in our society are systematically linked in some way or another, that tackling climate justice is inherently tackling like injustice. So it's really kind of this big umbrella of different issues that climate change creates and harms, it perpetuates in our society. So I would say voting for candidates who recognize that climate change is like knocking on our door, and if we don't handle it, it's going to be like 1,000 COVID-19s for like year after year after year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Sam, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, hi, Will. So I'm currently on student government, and we've talked about in not super great detail about some of the issues you brought up, specifically on sustainability, and also having an election as a holiday. We have brought up legislation, but I'm just wondering on climate sustainability, whether you see any potential collaboration, how beneficial that may or may not be with a group like student government.
Yeah. So first, I've had some positive and negative conversations with student government people, especially about this holiday issue. I do want to extend, basically shout out student government. They passed a good resolution urging professors to cancel their classes, and I really respected what they did, especially because they kind of gave us props for our petition, so that was really awesome. For future collaborations, the one problem the university seems to have is we think sustainability means using less plastic and having more recycle bins, which are phenomenal things because littering is bad, but they don't solve the climate crisis. Systems cause the climate crisis. So the way and what I would ask of student government would be help us create legislation, or at least create a movement to put pressure on the school to do better. There was a phenomenal climate movement going on pre-COVID-19 that was sparked by Greta Thunberg and all these activists across the world, and we had 5 million people marches in the cities, and then once COVID happened, that movement really stopped, and we need to get that going again, because we saw with what's going on in Oregon, what's going on in California, that this crisis is only getting worse no matter what we try. So we need to really, as a university, do better of cutting down on our quote-unquote carbon footprint. So I would urge student government, help us pass legislation, write resolutions, work with faculty senate to get Truman to, one, divest its finances from fossil fuels, and two, install green tech on campus. We need more access to windmills, we need more access to solar panels. We need those things because at the end of the day, while recycling is great and composting is great and they all matter in the grand scheme of environmentalism, if we want to tackle the beast that is climate change, we need to affect our systems.
Right, yeah, and I think we can see that, especially in how the sustainability fee is being spent, because I know it sometimes does feel, okay, we're getting more recycling bins, that's great, but we're buying more things.
Right.
And if we could maybe save up some of that money to do more of these bigger purchases, these green tech purchases, that might be more beneficial, and it might, again, not just be buying more things that are, just more things that we have that we're going to end up throwing away sometime that are, contribute, recycling bins and stuff. I think that's been the big one that I've seen the sustainability fee spent on.
And I firmly, this has been a new proposal that a couple of different groups have said that we should actually increase the sustainability fee. I don't really, I don't have the number off the top of my head right now, but it's, relatively low for students. Kick it up $5 and for every student, and, put that towards, solar panels on every building. Because if you just walk down the quad, you can see, Moe Hall, you can see Dobson, you can see B&B, all these, buildings that get so much sunlight and aren't utilizing solar energy. But even at the end of the day, the big thing is it's the systems, because as much as the university tries to say, well, keep your windows shut when you have the AC or the heat on, or drive less, walk to school, bike to school, these are tactics that corporations use, the government uses, and institutions use to put the blame of climate change on consumers. While consumerism is a huge part of the problem with climate change, at the very end of the day, it's the systems that keep perpetuating this crisis. And so we need a overhaul of our systems, from the Truman State University to the city of Kirksville to the state of Missouri to the United States of America to our global trade partnerships to it just keeps going up of we need to be better about how we use our energy and the systems that allow us to keep destroying our planet.
Right, definitely, yeah. Sam, any further thoughts?
Yeah, I think those are all great points, and I'll definitely try to bring some of those issues to the attention of the rest of the student government. So
Phenomenal. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Will, for being on. We really appreciate it, and looking out for more action coming from the Climate Student Union. I believe that we are going to be taking a music break.
Great. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thanks, Will.
register to vote in Adair County. We're normally here in November, which means we can vote in local elections too. This year, voting in Adair County will take place at the Annex Building Conference Room, 300 North Franklin Street. Adair County Clerk Sandy Collett tells us, "We moved our location down to the Annex, so that was a big thing for us. We set it up just like a polling location. We've got all of the precautions there for voting safely. This local polling location and other locations around town, including the Student Union building on campus, will be open for voters between 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day. To register online to vote in Adair County and for additional information, visit sos.mo.gov.
All right, well, we certainly hope that you have already registered to vote and cast your ballot. You're tuned in to 88.7 KTRM Kirksville, and, I think that the way we vote has been a big topic this election, obviously with the pandemic going on. And I know we've had a lot more absentee ballots.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be interesting to see the impact that has on the results and as they come in. I know Sandy Collett, the Adair County Clerk, said that they would have all of the ballots in by the end of tonight. However, it is extended until Friday for people who are in military service can send in their ballot until Friday, so technically they can't officially call it until then.
Yeah.
So I believe that we have a clip of an interview with Adair County Clerk Sandy Collett talking a little bit about absentee voting and just how voting has been different in general this year. So let's take a listen to that.
So I just kind of want to talk to you a little bit about like how this election cycle is working, and maybe just like your general thoughts on a couple things. But I guess, yeah, the first question is just how are you doing with this election cycle?
Well, it's very, very busy. I will tell you that. There's been an increased number of voters participating this time as far as absentee voting goes. So it looks like we're going to have a good voter turnout overall for November. Anyway, that's what it's looking like right now.
Can you tell me a little bit about like how this year's numbers of absentee or mail-in ballots compares to previous years?
Well, I would say it's kind of hard to tell, actually. This is kind of a unique year. We had high numbers in 2012 as opposed to 2016. It's really hard to answer that question. I think right now we're just about where we were 4 years ago, but our numbers are growing every day as far as us mailing absentee ballots out and then coming back and then people showing up at the poll at the annex. And then we've had a lot of voter registration drives within the county, and we've had a lot of new voters on the rolls. So just all of those things, and then we've had people coming into the office that are first time people who are registering to vote. So with all of this kind of stuff that we're seeing every day, there's a lot of interest out there. I think we're going to have big numbers on election day. So we're just really trying to get ready for it. I think we're going to have an exceptional voter turnout. And probably, I'm guessing it's going to be one of the biggest I've ever seen since I've been in office.
Gotcha. And so how are you, or how is your office counting like those ballots that are maybe coming in early? Are you allowed to count ballots early?
All we do is we keep track of all the ballots, all the requests, and then of course we send the ballot out, and then we have to log them back in when they're returned. So we log them back in every day, and these are the ones that are coming back in the mail. And then on election day, we will count those ballots first, okay? We have a team that from the Republican Party as well as the Democratic Party, they will come in that day, and it's their responsibility to open their ballot envelopes and count through the tabulator, then they better have 704 or we start looking.
Gotcha. So, all of the ballots will be counted on election day, right?
Yes, they will. Absentee, mail-in, all of the military that we have received back into the office, and then, of course, everybody who casts ballots at their precinct on election day. Now, voting, ends at 7 p.m. on election day, but we cannot actually close the election until the following Friday at noon, because by law we can accept military ballots in the mail until noon on Friday, but nothing else.
All right, so we heard from Sandy Collop, and I think that the number of ballots that are going to be coming in are definitely going to be, like she said, higher than probably she's ever seen. I've heard that's higher, as high as it's been since the 1992 election.
Yeah, and I think that's probably due to a combination of factors. I think, as I was saying before, this election is a lot more kind of partisan, and more inflammatory rhetoric has been employed in this election than in elections in the past, and I think that will motivate certain sections of the population who had not been motivated before.
Right, definitely. And I think, too, there's a lot of real physical impacts that people are feeling right now. I mean, you have to realize we're in a global pandemic. People are feeling a physical impact of, not having access to healthcare and other things. So I think that it's just interesting, and it's, I'm uncertain what those people who haven't been voting before, what those new voters are going to bring, whether it's the silent majority that Trump's been talking about that supports him, or what. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting to note how the county clerk was talking about accepting military ballots up until Friday, and I'm not sure how much influence that would actually have on the election, mostly because I am unaware of how many soldiers deployed overseas are registered to live in Adair County, but that could be a large number, that could be a small number, and depending on that, it could either influence the vote greatly or not at all.
Right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And, I think another thing that makes this election different is having to request for an absentee ballot. I think that sometimes it can be very hard to get that information. Just anecdotally, I know several people who have said, they're just unaware of when the deadline is for their absentee ballot and they couldn't get it. And I think something that we're seeing a lot among Truman students is you're not registered to vote here a lot of the time. You might be registered back home. Maybe you didn't get your absentee ballot in time. Now it's, do I drive 3 hours to St. Louis, Kansas City, or what? And especially, I think, bringing it back to this conversation we had with Will, if you have class, you're definitely not going to be doing that.
And I was kind of going off what you were saying. I think it's not so. I voted absentee for Jackson County in Kansas City, and that was fairly easy for me, but the Kansas City Board of Elections is a fairly large organization for a city of nearly 500,000 people, and I think it would be much harder for especially a lot of students of more rural backgrounds to get their county apparatuses to send them absentee ballots that would be valid for the county that they are registered to vote in. And I think it's kind of just one of those problems of scale. Those counties had not had to deal with that issue before, especially now with the global pandemic. People are much less comfortable going out to vote in person and would much prefer either to vote by mail or absentee ballot.
Right, especially when you're seeing lines, out the door to vote. I know in St. Louis, it might take people an hour or two to get their vote in. So, yeah, people aren't going to be wanting to wait around that many people. But we do have a few conversations that I had today with voters who at least live in Kirksville right now. Take Root had a election day event. They served free coffee and they also served lunch to folks. So just kind of having a nice place for voters to hang out and converse. So I think that we can go ahead and listen to some of that audio, kind of get a perspective of community members and Truman students who were voting. So did you vote today? Were you able to go vote?
Yes, I woke up this morning and
Awesome.
I voted earlier, so I voted like 2 weeks ago.
Okay, cool. Why did you decide to vote early?
One, I'm an absentee voter because I'm registered back home. And also I was just nervous about polling places.
Right, yeah, I was definitely nervous about that too when I went today. Was it busy when you went to vote, or did you get in and get out?
I got in and out pretty fast. I was in line for maybe 5 minutes.
Awesome, really cool. Cool. So do you guys normally vote in like presidential elections or state and local elections?
This is the first presidential election I've ever got to vote in, but I have voted in past local elections.
So why do you decide to vote? Like, does it feel important to you, and why?
I think it's extremely important that we voice our opinions and we exercise our rights as American citizens. We need our voices to be heard. Because, like, without us, there's just a bunch of rich white men controlling us, so.
Alright, so did you vote today?
I did not vote today, but I did vote earlier this month with my mail-in ballot from Washington.
Why did you decide to mail in your ballot? I guess because you couldn't go to Washington.
Yeah, it is a 30-hour drive, but Washington sends out all their ballots by mail anyways, so it really wasn't something I thought about.
Right, very cool. So do you normally vote in presidential elections?
This is my first presidential election to vote in, but that is because this is the first presidential election where I'm old enough to vote.
Okay, what about like state and local elections?
I have voted in all previous state and local elections because, again, it's mailed to me, so I just fill it out and send it back.
Wow, very nice, very nice. So do you think voting is important?
I think it's very important. I think it's one of the few says we really have in government, and I think if there are certain things you really care about, you should stand up for those, both through action and by voting, because action's like the public way to do it, and voting's like the bureaucratic way to do it.
Very cool. Anything else you want to add?
I hope everyone goes votes, because it's really cool.
Brad, thank you. Alright, so that was just a few voices of, I believe those were all Truman students who I talked to earlier, and it's really cool to see the energy that some of the students have here towards voting, and again, we're seeing directly things we were just talking about, being nervous about going to polling places, voting early because of that, and I think too, the last interviewee we had there, who voted in Washington by mail-in ballot, really opened my eyes to how easy mail-in ballots are, and they, get all their ballots mailed in. So I do think that would probably curb some of the issues we have with voter suppression in the state.
It's more of a question of infrastructure and the willingness to use infrastructure, because all the states have the necessary apparatuses to do that. It's just that they choose not to for whatever reason.
Right, exactly. And I know that something that some of the inflammatory rhetoric that's been pushed this election cycle is towards, not trusting mail-in ballots. It's been a big topic of discussion. So that's a very controversial point to make right now when people don't feel safe going to polling places. All right, do we have any comments from anyone in the booth about this?
Oh, I can attest to, some students having difficulties with voting, or at least, maybe some confusion, because I worked at the on-campus polling location today, and, for the most part, I think, most students were were educated about voting, and, it was a piece of cake, but I think there is still a lot of students who either don't know about, their polling place, where their polling place is, or weren't aware that they weren't registered on campus or weren't registered in Kirksville. And so I really think, talking about the, Election Day holiday, it would help those who maybe haven't been super on top of things, but still are motivated to vote. And then, so if they have the day off, they can afford to drive home, 3 or 4 hours if they live in Missouri. And that would increase, I would think that would increase participation that way.
putting in my 2 cents worth, as someone who voted by absentee, it was very just like stressful and kind of confusing at first because of the, varying information and lack of information in places. But like once I, found the right sources and actually requested my ballot, and I'm from a, rural county, it was actually pretty simple to, you got it, fill it out, got it notarized, and then mailed it back. So it was kind of, alleviating to say that at least.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of. I think this is one of the things I've encountered was the idea of voting absentee was kind of more of a problem than the actual process itself. You kind of psych yourself out, mostly because you don't have the information readily available to you. But once you figure out how to do it, it's a relatively simple and straightforward process.
Right. I think that's something that I've come across is how every state does absentee voting differently, has different deadlines, and a lot of us are getting our information. I mean, we're getting our information about this online. We're seeing people posting on social media, hey, this is the last day for absentee ballots. But if we were able to have more of a unified information that we could get out, because what's going on in Iowa is different than what's going on in Missouri, Kansas, etc. So yeah, I think that's something that has always made it more confusing for me, is just how different all of the ways. And then there's, people are saying, well, you can vote early, but you're not really doing early voting, you're doing absentee voting.
Yes.
And that was a big source of confusion, I think, this year. But it will be interesting to see
what the outcome is and how much the absentee voting, early voting, mail-in voting, and that plays a role in the outcome of the various elections tonight.
Right. I think that we will cut to a quick music break here, and we're going to come back with lots more content for you in a few minutes. We will have some more interviews from community members, and then we'll do an interview that we had with the local candidate, Gina Ross, so make sure you're staying tuned for that here on 88.7 KTRM.
Hey man, what time is it?
Radio.
All right, you're tuned back into 88.7 KTRM. This is student-powered radio, and you know what else it is? It's student-powered election coverage tonight. We're getting student perspective, community member perspective on some state, local, and national issues. So yeah, I think we're going to jump right back into a few more interviews that I caught today at Take Root. So let's go ahead and hear those. All right, so did you vote today?
I did, yeah.
Did you vote in person or?
Yeah, I voted at like the annex in Kirksville today.
So did you have to wait in line or anything?
No, I was kind of worried about it because it was like lunchtime, but I just walked in and there was like 2 old ladies in there and that's it.
All right, awesome. So do you normally vote in presidential elections?
This was the first presidential election I was old enough for, so this is my first presidential election.
All right, what about state and local elections?
Yeah, I've voted in like every election since I was 18.
Nice. So is voting something that's important to you, and why?
I mean, it's like tangentially important to me. It's kind of important to me. I think it's useful to an extent, so yeah.
All right, cool. Anything else that you want to add?
Voting shouldn't be the only thing that you do. Voting only matters because we can put like politicians in that can then be like pushed in ways that they should be pushed. So if voting's the only thing that you do, then you're not doing enough.
All right, so Nebel, did you vote today?
I have not yet, but I plan on going after this event.
Cool. Why did you decide that you wanted to vote in person this year?
I decided that voting in person, for me, tangibly ties me to my vote. By putting the vote through the machine at the booth, I feel like not only does it have a higher chance of being accurately recorded, but it motivates me to become more involved in the political process. By writing down at the booth, it makes it feel more official. Right. And this is a very important year for voting. That's all.
Yeah. My other question is, have you voted in past presidential elections or state and local elections?
Yes, I have voted in past presidential elections. I much prefer to vote in the local elections, as I feel like the representatives have the chance to represent me more accurately in being able to speak with them person to person and their rules and regulations dictating a lot more closely what I'm involved with.
Very cool. So is voting something that is important to you, and why?
Voting is important to me because I feel as if, even to a small degree, everybody's affected by the actions and words our representatives put out. And by supporting one candidate or another, I can help find somebody to accurately represent me. Being accurately represented is important to me because these leaders are not only role models that help shape how I act, but these leaders are talking to people in the stead of me. Because I can't be in all these places with what I do, so somebody has the opportunity to. So voting is important to me because I think everybody deserves respect, and representatives can help me do that.
All right, very cool. Is there anything else you want to add about how you feel about voting?
I feel that we should work harder to stay more accurately informed, especially when it comes to the local governance, because these people don't have all of the large corporate sponsors that larger politicians may, so they have a different sense of motivation. Their motivation may be more internally derived, and in my opinion that takes a little bit more work. So people have to work harder to do stuff that impacts us on maybe a closer basis. Even if you don't like either of the candidates, even if the candidate you didn't vote for gets elected too, I may have mentioned that everybody deserves respect. So even if you feel at times disrespected by a representative, still showing support is important to me. Because we're all humans out here. We're not going to be able to act perfectly all the time. And for the most part, we're acting in the best interests.
Right. Very cool. Thank you.
Thank you for interviewing me.
Okay, so did you vote today?
I did not vote today. I voted absentee.
Okay, why did you decide to vote absentee?
Just because I wasn't going to be in town on election day, and I was not going to drive to be in town on election day.
Right, okay, so you're registered to vote at home then?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you normally vote in presidential elections or state and local elections?
This is the first presidential election I've been eligible to vote in, but yeah, I've voted in every election I've been eligible to vote in so far.
Why do you think that it's important to, I mean, I'm assuming you think it's important to vote since you have voted in so many elections.
Yeah, voting is definitely important. I actually think that local and state elections are far more important because I think that directly impacts us more. And a lot of people don't think about it because they're so focused on politics on a national scale, but really those local and state elections can affect you more directly than what goes on at a national scale. But it's not like the end-all be-all answer to getting things done and changing things in politics, but like it helps.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of people share that sentiment about local elections being a bit more important. I feel like we saw that even in this election with the amendments, the Prop 1 and Prop 3 that were on the ballot, so cool. Well. All right, so we've heard from the community pretty directly. Any thoughts on that, Sam?
Yeah, I think the points about, being involved, feeling more connected to your vote, I think is true. I think a lot of people do still prefer, especially a lot of older voters, and seeing even younger voters, prefer to vote, cast their ballot in person, which is why, the necessity of voting mostly by mail has been a bit of a challenge to convince people of during the pandemic. Some states, like we heard, Washington and others already conduct their election completely by mail, and so I think we will see a shift toward more mail-in voting, more like all states doing complete mail-in voting. But it is good to hear about people talking about the importance of local elections, because I think a lot of times people tend to ignore them. We've seen turnouts in Adair County of 10 to 20% of registered voters for local elections, which is a minority of a minority electing local leaders, and so I think it's good to hear people being engaged in local elections.
Right, definitely. I think especially important in a smaller county, because if you have this disconnect between people who are involved in local elections or voting in local elections, and they're probably not aware of what's going on in local politics, and then you have this concentration of people who are holding positions of power and might be impacted by other people of power in the community, and you don't want to see that sort of power being all held in one small circle, and that's where I think it's cool to hear that people are valuing their individual vote in local elections. And I think it's interesting to see this shift that I think is coming up in this presidential election, where we're having folks that feel that their vote is powerless and meaningless on a national scale, but then I think that sort of a positive effect of that line of thinking is you feel that your vote is more impactful in local and state elections. So, I mean, it's not that we've seen high turnout for those elections compared to presidential, but, maybe we're heading to a push in that direction.
Mm-hmm. And I think especially in a community like Kirksville and in Adair County, a lot of the races, not always historically, but in the last, maybe 10 years or so, have been unopposed. No one's there's not a whole lot of engagement in those races, and not necessarily that they'll always be won by that, because Adair County is still majority Republican in its voting trends, but I think if people want more competitive elections, they have to be engaged and they have to run candidates in them.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and I think that the other interesting thing that came out of those community interviews, and this ties to the conversation we had with Will Hendrickson earlier, is that we have people saying, again, that they might feel that their vote isn't important, but at the same time, another thing they may be feeling and that we're hearing is that it's just one step towards creating action in a community. And yes, voting is a step, but there are other things to do. One of our interviewees talked about holding candidates accountable, and we see that a lot in the form of organizing, which I think, seeing the movements that have been going on campus, it's sort of an optimistic view towards more student organizing and, again, trying to utilize your political power more than just voting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think now might be a good time to listen to my conversation with Gina Ross, the Democratic candidate for Missouri's 6th U.S. Congressional District. We talked last week about her campaign, the pandemic, and her thoughts and, advice for people who might want to run for office. So we'll listen to that.
So my first question is, what motivated you to run for this seat? What things were going on and that you said, I want to do this?
Well, first of all, it's something that I always wanted to do, is represent people, and I'm a former constituent services representative for Claire McCaskill. But it's something I always wanted to do. I just had to wait until my children were of age. And now they're of age, and it was the year to run. There's so much going on that I do not like, because to me, business as usual is no longer acceptable. Some things are just stale. It's time for a change, so I believe in freshness. And my doctorate degree, my PhD, is in public policy and administration, so I want to be able to use my degree to the fullest, especially with my student loan debt.
Yes, that is a consideration. Speaking of education, a lot of students are having a hard time managing school during a pandemic. What sorts of things do you have in mind in terms of setting relief and help to students, especially college students and K-12 students?
We could just let it go
during
and then
this time.
As a professor, it's a struggle for my students as well. Moving over to virtual for some, and some with online classes. Like in the morning, I host Zoom meetings for my class, and it's not always the best for some people that really need on-ground teaching. But at the same time, we have to make sure that the students are safe. And I'm a COVID survivor. To going to school and having their recess and playing with their friends, and now everything for them is virtual, and some are now just getting ready to go to school or doing a hybrid program. It's just a struggle for everybody. Basically, I believe hopefully this pandemic will end soon and we can just move forward. But with the students, I know some of the student loans have been stopped and they're supposed to start back up in December, I believe, but they can stop the payments again and just give some kind of grace and mercy to the students that are in college. And for teachers, it's just really hard to say because it's not a good thing right now. I really don't even have all the answers to even say, because I don't want to just be making up stuff or just talking and sound like a tinkling cymbal or have no substance. But I feel for everybody. I feel for myself because I enjoy being in the classroom with my students. I enjoy that interaction. We're making the best out of it with Zoom, with the ones that do show up. But it's rough. But I think if we just all have patience and have understanding with one another, and if the leadership will get something together that will work for all of us and at least talk to us and let us know, how things will be, or ask our opinion or something, because it affects our livelihood. Just don't tell us we're going to do this or that and just expect us to roll with that, because it's affecting parents that are at home, with their children. Some parents are trying to homeschool. It's just a mess right now. I don't even know if I answered your question, but that one is just, it's just fully loaded, because it's really hard to say. But for the most part, I say there should be some grace periods and some kind of economic relief, reduce some of the payments or something, because no one should be forced to do what and give what they don't have, because none of us asked for COVID. If that's the best way to sum it up.
How has been campaigning like during this time, during a pandemic? What things have you done differently that you wouldn't have done because of COVID-19? What are some unique challenges and successes that you've been able to achieve in during this campaign?
Well, like I stated, as having COVID-19 from my primary, I was hospitalized. I contracted COVID on the campaign trail. So that, from March until May, I was pretty much laid up and trying to recover the end of May. So in June, I started attending virtual Zoom meetings and starting to try to connect and meet with people again, because people just thought I fell off the face of the earth, and I kind of felt like I did too, but I wasn't going to give up. So, as I started to go out a little bit, and then I was surprised. I won the primary when people thought I wouldn't. And I won with only 88 cents left in my Congress account, because I didn't hardly raise any money. What could I do, And then for this general election here, I've been out a few places, but practicing my social distancing, and it's still a little scary, but you still want to get out and meet the people and let them know that you really care about them. So even if I have faith over fear, but I still have to be cautious for my own sake and, for other people too. But I want to show them that I'm here for you. So I'm sacrificing me and some of my fear and trying to get rid of it so I can be out here with you and just to try to support you and say I'm here and talk to people and hear their voices and hear their concern, because I want people generally to know me. If I'm the representative, I want to be approachable. I want to be visible. I want to have town hall meetings. I like being together with everyone, and just being together at these last few events it has been really great, just to bond for those few moments. And then, we have to disperse and go on. But fundraising is still been kind of a challenge, because it's a pandemic time, pandemic season. So, those that can give, and those that can't, I appreciate their support. So, that's a challenge, is not being able to be everywhere that I would like to be. But I do the best I can to make it where I can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what are some of the places you've been? I know you mentioned you were going to Hannibal later this week. What are some other places that you visited? Because you're from Kansas City area, correct?
I live in Platte City, Missouri.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Last week I was in Maryville with Nicole Galloway and St. Joe, Buchanan County. And then I've been to Adair County. I've been to Lynn County. I've been to Brookfield County. I've been, Parkville had something back in the summer that was for the primary. But where else did I go? I was back in St. Joe. I was at the postal protest that was there. I went to St. Joe. I went as a concerned citizen because I was asked to tour the south part of St. Joe. So I've been a few places. I went to the United We Stand rally that was in St. Joe. I know I'm probably leaving out some places because I've been burning those miles on my car. But, it's worth it just to see the smile on people's faces, and when they see that you're truly there and that you do care about them and you want to hear their concerns, and hear what bothers them, and just be there. Like I said, people are hurting. People have lost loved ones. And so just to show support and say, I'm here for you, even though I really can't do much right now, but be there. Because if I'm in office, I can fight like never before. Sometimes it's not, you always don't have to say a whole lot. Action speaks louder than words. But I really have enjoyed meeting people and taking pictures with them, and it's so much fun. My slogan is "We're better together," and truly I believe we're better together. I believe in unity. I don't care where you're from, what you look like, what you believe in. We might not agree on everything, but we should respect one another and, just get along and work together so we can thrive for us, for the better of us.
Yeah, that leads me to my next question. This district has historically been, strongly Republican. What right now and going forward, do you see it as being more consistently competitive? I think a lot more people are engaged politically this year, and possibly going forward. Do you think an increasing engagement in this district can help make it competitive and keep it more competitive in the future? I know with redistricting it may look a little different in a couple years, but it right now covers most of northern Missouri.
Right. It does cover most of that, and then a little piece of Jackson County, like Independence. And I was out there for with the tour of the flags, Independence and Lee Summit, and what's the other one? Blue Springs. I haven't been to Blue Springs, but so yeah, I think moving forward, since the incumbent's been in so long and he thinks he's unseatable and he doesn't want to debate, as long as someone that has the unction like me to fight and give him a go for his money and challenge him, I think it'll empower more people, even after me, to make it competitive and be like, hey, we're taking this district back and we're going to make it be about democracy for the people, and that's what I want to do. If nothing else, just empower other people in this district to take ownership of this district and be the change that we want to see. We don't have to accept anymore what's been going on for these past 20 years. It's time for a change, and we're the people that can make that change. And we can make it competitive moving forward. We don't have to back down. We know our power. There's power in our voice, power in our vote. There's power in our oneness. As long as we stick together as we the people, we can do anything. We can conquer anything, no matter who's been in office forever.
So my last, this will be my last question, and then I'll let you go. But what has been your favorite part? You said you really enjoyed meeting people on the campaign, but what is the one thing that you will take personally from running for office, and what would you say to other people who are thinking about running for office, and what have you learned?
Chase your dream. Dream big. If it's something that you want to do, live with no regrets. Like I said, it's something I always wanted to do, and I just jumped right in. And some people are like, are you sure? When you know what you want to do, you do it. Just like Nike, you just do it. So I would encourage other people, chase your dreams and just think big and dream big and go for it. Just go for it. The sky is the limit. Nothing is impossible. I believe in unlimited possibilities. You might be a little hesitant. You might be a little fearful, but ask yourself, why are you fearful of your own passion? Are you fearful because of what people might say, the naysayers and all that? Or are you fearful because of money? You don't have any money? You see, I ran this campaign with no money. And you see, people vote, not money. It's like, what are you fearful of? Go for your passion. We only live once. So, just do the best you can and just have a group of people that will support you to encourage you, and mostly encourage yourself, because you can do anything. And the only way I do fail, if I was to fail, is by not trying. So I tried, so I win. No matter what, I'm still a winner. And I made history. I'm the first African-American woman in District 6 to run for Congress and win, and during a pandemic season, and as a COVID survivor, and as a single mom. As a single mom, to work really hard to raise my children and work on my master's degree and my PhD, running them to soccer, cheerleading, choir, all that, sitting in a car, doing my homework and all that, and graduate with honors with both. It takes perseverance and determination and a made-up mind. If you have your goal set for you and you know what you want to do, don't let nobody stop you. nobody.
That was my conversation with Gina Ross, Democratic nominee for the Missouri's 6th Congressional District. She's running against incumbent Republican Sam Graves, and the current vote totals have Sam Graves winning with 71% of the vote. We'll take a short music break, and afterwards we'll have some results to talk about for you, and some presidential trivia. So keep it locked to the left here on 88.7 KTRM.
Hey man, what time is it? It's 88.7 KTRM.
Eric Schmidt led with 65% of the vote. District 6, U.S. Representative Sam Graves, incumbent with 66%. State Representative and Districts 3 and 4, Danny Busick and Greg Sharp were unopposed. Missouri Supreme Court Patricia Breckenridge was retained, voted to retain with 74%. The Western District Court of Appeals, Tom Chapman's voted to retain with 74%. Constitutional Amendment 1, which was on statewide office term limits, Adair County voted 54% no. On Constitutional Amendment 3, which we will talk a little bit about in detail, the vote was 52% yes. In other statewide races for president, Adair County voted 62% for Donald Trump, Governor Mike Parson with 64%, Lieutenant Governor Mike Kehoe with 64%, Secretary of State J.F. Ashcroft with 69%, and State Treasurer Scott Fitzpatrick with 65%. Specifically, some of the, I think the more interesting of those results are the amendments, the constitutional amendments. Amendment 1, not as contentious as Amendment 3, but still kind of interesting. I think if Adair County is voting 54% no, I think the rest of the state will probably vote will similarly defeat that amendment. Any thoughts about that? Can they not hear me?
I mean, I agree with your assessment. That seems to be a good prediction of how the rest of the state will go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The other more, perhaps a little bit more interesting one, Amendment 3, which that one is on. It would basically overturn the constitutional amendment called Clean Missouri that was passed by Missouri voters by 25 points in 2018, and some of the provisions which were a little. I think opponents of it accused the legislature, and I think with some veracity, of trying to deceive the voters, because some of the provisions that they put at the very beginning in the ballot language was that they would ban gifts to lobbyists, but that was only $5 to begin with, and then also to lower the maximum campaign contribution by $100, which was only went down to $2,400 from $2,500. But the sort of maybe more insidious parts of it were that it would change the way people are counted for redistricting, and that it would only count registered voters, or it would specifically not count children. People is 22% of the state's population, which is kind of alarming.
Mm-hmm.
There's some interesting articles on the issues with Amendment 3, and I think probably it will be interesting to see if Missouri voters do end up either choosing to adopt this amendment or reject it, because basically when they passed it, the legislature turned around, and the governor turned around and said, no, we don't trust you. And so I think it will be really interesting to see if voters recognize what the legislature was trying to do.
Yes, I think one of the key issues with Amendment 3 is that the language is inherently deceptive, because if you were like me and looking over my absentee ballot for the first time, I saw ban gifts from lobbyists, and I was like, oh, that seems like a good thing to do. But since I had the benefit of time to actually look over the language of the amendment and kind of understand what the amendment was doing, I was able to make I voted against it because that's the decision I came to. But people kind of voting today or kind of more immediately might not take the time to fully read through the whole text of the amendment and may just read the first thing on the top and make their decision only on those provisions of the amendment, not the full body of the amendment.
Yeah, and constitutional amendments in some states tend to pass because I think voters tend to assume a little bit, not all, but some, that if the legislature has deemed it, or if this has gotten on the ballot as an amendment, seems worthy. But the key difference is that with Clean Missouri, there was a voter-initiated ballot measure, where this was passed by the legislature, who have a history of undermining the people's will, at least in recent years. And so, and talking about going back to the issues with the redistricting, because states draw their legislative maps from census data, and under the amendment's criteria, Missouri would not count people under 18, immigrants, or those on probation and parole, and it would favor white voters, marginalizing communities of color and communities where there are a lot of families with children, and so a child who's 17 for the 2020 census this year, not eligible to vote, but wouldn't be counted in the redistricting criteria until 2030, which they would have been potentially voting for 9 years, but would have basically been a ghost in terms of the district maps, and that stands to affect revenues, because it's individual local governmental entities. This is from the direct ballot language. Expect significant decreased revenues. If Amendment 3 passes, a lot of small towns that are already struggling because of the pandemic will not get as much in-state funding. And I think it'll be interesting to see whether people notice that or not.
Yeah, I think with the kind of insidious wording of the amendment, a lot of people aren't conscious of the longer-term implications of what the amendment passing would mean. But if the amendment passes, which it looks like it may be, that may happen, they are going to feel the results for, as it said, decades to come.
Yeah, so, well, we will see what the results of that in time, but for now, we're going to move on to a fun little game of presidential trivia, and for that, we'll go to Connor.
All right, so presidential trivia. I've got 30-something assorted questions here. We're obviously not going to through all of them, but, pick and choose. We're going to go down the line. I'll ask a question, and then I'll ask each contestant, I feel like this is a proper game show, what they think the answer is. So I'll go Eric, Trevor, and then Sam, and then I'll reveal the answer and tally the points, and depending on how long this lasts, whoever has the most points by the end wins, and they get 21 cents and bragging rights.
Oh boy.
Why
21 cents?
Why 21 cents? Because that's all I had in my pocket.
I'm ready to win it. I need it now.
All into the pot goes this broken paper clip.
Alrighty.
Bean burrito.
Alright, let's start us off with a simple question here. Alright, here we are. First question. Who is the only president to have served 2 non-consecutive terms? Is it A, Grover Cleveland, B, William McKinley, C, Theodore Roosevelt, or D, Richard Nixon?
It is Grover.
Well, seem pretty confident about that, don't you?
Mm-hmm. It's Grover Cleveland.
I'm not sure I trust you, but it's Grover.
I guess I'll go Grover too if we're all so smart about this.
Mm-hmm. That is correct. You all 3 receive 1 point.
Oh boy.
Yes, hopefully I do not trip on anything. Voila, 1 point. Let's amp up the difficulty a tiny bit. Which president was born on Independence Day? Is it A, George W. Bush, B, James Monroe, C, Calvin Coolidge, or D, Lyndon Johnson?
I am going to guess Lyndon B. Johnson.
You know what? I think Bush has enough bald eagle inside of him that he might just be the one to be reincarnated on July 4th. So I'm gonna go with good old GW.
W. I think James Monroe the beginning of meddling in Central America. I think meddling in foreign affairs is as American as anything. I'm gonna go with James Monroe.
The correct answer is Calvin Coolidge.
Well,
nope.
so we all won, and then we had a wipe.
That being said, James Monroe did pass away on Independence Day.
That doesn't count.
No, that does not count. It's just a fun fact.
John Adams and Thomas Jefferson also died on the same day.
Yeah. Independence Day, 1826, 50 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence.
Spooky. It's still spooky season. I still firmly believe it's spooky season.
Alrighty, let's...
Still have my pumpkins out.
Here's a fun one. Who's the only president not to have been elected to either the office of president or vice president? Is it A, John Tyler, B, Chester Arthur, C, Gerald Ford, or D, Millard Fillmore?
Gerald Ford.
I'm going to also go with Gerald Ford because you know what? I think he's one of the most least influential presidents. I actually have no history background whatsoever, so do not take me up on that because of that.
I mean, you are correct.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear about Gerald Ford, and I'm like, I don't know who that is. It sounds familiar. Does he live down the street? Probably not. So I'm going to go with Gerald Ford, too.
You know, I learned from our family Zoom trivia that we do every week that Gerald Ford was an Eagle Scout.
Yep. The only president to be an Eagle Scout, I believe.
Yeah,
really?
That was the trivia question. The only one. I would love it for it to be John Tyler because he literally ran, well, I'm giving myself away. I wish it were John Tyler because he ran for president as a joke and then won. But it is actually Gerald Ford because, yeah, he like Mike Parson, was never elected to the chief executive position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gerald Ford is the correct answer. The other three were not elected president, but they were elected vice president, and then, the president they served under died, so.
Mm-hmm.
So you all get 1 point.
He's dead.
We're all still tied? I feel like this is going to
Yep.
We are all still tied.
I feel like it's going to take so long if that's what we're doing. But I'm okay with that.
All right. Prior to the election of Donald Trump, who was estimated to have been the richest president? Is it A, Herbert Hoover, B, Thomas Jefferson, C, George Washington, or D, Theodore Roosevelt?
I'm gonna have to go with Theodore Roosevelt.
This one's a tough one. I don't know. What are you thinking, Trevor?
What was the second option?
Thomas Jefferson.
Let's go with him.
Yeah.
Wasn't he Monticello?
Yep.
Yeah, he was Monticello.
I'm so proud of myself. Let's go with that.
I think it could be, like the founders, Washington, Jefferson, they were wealthy slave owners. Reminder, they were slave owners. Again, digress. But I think Mr. Author of the Declaration of Independence himself was a pretty rich dude.
I mean, inflation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I should say adjusted for inflation, obviously.
Yeah.
Definitely Jefferson.
And the correct answer is George Washington.
Oh.
God.
Jefferson is close, but Washington, both because, slaveholder, plantation, but also due to being a military general, that extra little bit of income, had a...
The pension really pushed him over the line.
Yeah. Estimated income, or net worth of about $587 million in today's money.
So Donald Trump is not that rich.
Yeah, no.
As said by Michelle Wolf, and she's correct, he is not that rich.
I don't picture George Washington to be that rich. Like, he always has that down-to-earth, ideal about him.
I mean, to be fair, it was mostly his wife's money. And when he married her, it became his money.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, he married up.
Yeah, he definitely did marry up. He was a gold digger.
Good for him.
That's what I hope to do. I want to be a trophy husband.
Ain't that the wish of us all?
Okay. We'll get right on that.
Okay. I don't know what I want.
But anyway, put the point up on the board.
No one got a point.
Oh. Well then.
Doing great. It's also almost 11 o'clock. That is why.
All right, next question then. Who is the longest lived president? Is it A, Ronald Reagan, B, John Adams, C, Jimmy Carter, or D, George H.W. Bush? The father, not the son.
Anyone?
I'm gonna go with Jimmy Carter. He's been kicking around for a while.
I also agree. I'm gonna go Jimmy Carter. I think the peanut guy. I think he has a certain. He was peanuts, yes. I have to keep.
Yeah.
Okay, good. He had to sell his peanut farm. I have to keep just making sure that this random knowledge I have in my brain isn't for nothing. Yeah, I think he has a special peanut elixir that he just chugs every morning that keeps him nice and young.
He also builds houses for people. I think that's what is keeping him alive for so long. He's 96.
How does he build houses and he's 96?
The peanut elixir, you just said it.
Yeah, the peanut elixir.
Peanut elixir combined with the house building.
Yeah. The
96. He's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He outlived George H.W. Bush. Ha!
Okay.
Sorry, did I that came out that I said that out loud. I'm tired.
What's our verdict?
So you're all in agreement that it's Jimmy Carter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
So it's still a tied game. 3 points among all three of you.
Peanuts.
Alrighty. Which president had the shortest presidency? Is it A, James Garfield, B, William Henry Harrison, C, Zachary Taylor, or D, Warren G. Harding?
It is Harrison.
Yeah, the commonality with all these is that they all died in office, either because they were just sickly, or they got shot. Well, only one of them got shot.
Yeah.
Garfield got shot, but the other three just died because they got sick.
Wasn't there a guy who had his speech outside and got pneumonia and died?
Yeah, that was Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wow. Let's go with him.
That was a fun one because he gave his inaugural address. It was in March in Washington, in the cold, and I think it might have been snowing even.
Yeah, it might have been, yeah.
Coat, and he got pneumonia, and then he died.
Yep, and he was the oldest person at the time, and it was the longest speech at the time.
He gave a really long speech in the snow, without a coat.
And then he croaked.
So then he got pneumonia. And he died a month into office, and he basically didn't do anything. So he basically just wasn't president.
Yeah. So yeah, you're all correct there.
Another point on the board for all of us.
Go.
We're all still tied. Aren't we?
Yes, you all are still tied. We might have to go for a difficult question.
Yeah.
Throw us a hard ball.
Yeah, come on.
All right.
I want someone in the lead.
Mm-hmm.
That is upside down. Which president established the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency?
This is a good one.
Is it A, Theodore Roosevelt, B, Richard Nixon, C, Franklin D. Roosevelt, or D, Lyndon Johnson?
I'm going to have to go with Richard Nixon.
I'm gonna go with, even though deep down in my heart of hearts I know Eric is probably right. He usually is. I'm gonna go with, did you say FDR was one of them?
Yes, FDR is one of them.
Sure, let's go with New Deal man. Might as well.
Yeah, I love you, Trevor, but I'm gonna have to try to win this game.
No.
The answer, surprisingly, well, this is an explanation of how, extremist the Republican Party has gotten since the 1970s, because it was Richard Nixon.
Yep.
Who established the EPA. That's all you need to know about where the Republican Party has gone.
It's partly because Nixon was very susceptible to public opinions like, oh, this is popular, let's embrace this then.
I mean, the man did get elected twice.
Yeah.
Universal healthcare is also very popular.
Yeah.
You think? Yeah.
And he actually kind of advocated for, well, not universal, but healthcare reform. Unfortunately, did not pass.
Okay, we probably have time for
Oops. That's wrong. All right.
maybe 3. We'll see.
So it's tied between Eric and Sam.
Not surprising.
All right. Still anyone's game, though.
Just said George Washington. Oh well, it's okay.
All right. Who is generally considered to have been the poorest president? Is it A, Abraham Lincoln, B, Harry S. Truman, C, Calvin Coolidge, or D, Woodrow Wilson?
I'm gonna have to go with Lincoln.
I think it might be Truman. Because wasn't it Lincoln a lawyer before he...
Yeah, he was a lawyer.
So I think... What was Truman? Just a guy.
I think Truman was a...
In independence. He had did nothing before
Just
that.
guys
I
being.
think he was a haberdasher at one point. Truman was.
Yeah, exactly.
Ooh.
Lincoln grew up very poor. He did become a lawyer.
So I'm gonna go with Truman.
I am also going to go with Harry. No, there's no S. It's Harry Truman.
Well, it is Harry S. Truman. It's kind of a matter of debate whether he added the S himself or whether the S, his parents gave him the S, but not an actual middle name.
Mm-hmm. A fancy S.
Okay, the S is real. I'm just salty.
One of those cool S's you did in grade school.
And the
Harry Cool S. Truman.
he was poor. Well, I mean, I think he's also a cool dude. Great, you can differ on some of his policy decisions, but like the interesting thing is that after he left office, there's an interesting book that I should need to read about this. But he went on. He and his wife just drove around the country, just for fun.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's fun.
He also didn't do any book deals or any. He just lived a normal life after he left office.
If you take out the parts about the atomic bomb, that's actually kind of sweet.
Yeah. That's the
But anyway, the answer.
The answer is Harry S. Truman.
No.
He was so poor, especially after the presidency, they had to establish the pension, or rather adjust it. I can't remember, because of how poor he was after the presidency. So we had a tied game again because Eric, you got that one wrong, but Trevor and actually no, Sam's in the lead. I can't keep track of score. It's tied for second place.
All right, I think it's just about 11 o'clock, so I think we'll have time for one more question.
All right.
The final question.
Let's do a fun one, if I can find the fun one I had here. Ah, here it is. Who shot JFK? Is it A, Lee Harvey Oswald, B, Edward Blake, C, James Buchanan Barnes, or D, JFK?
Oh, how fun it would be if it were
Was JFK shot multiple times? Because I feel like this is the trick question.
Yes, I believe he was shot multiple times.
Pew pew pew. What were the names again?
Lee Harvey Oswald, Edward Blake, James Buchanan Barnes, and JFK.
JFK, did he shoot himself in the foot?
We'll have to see. What are our other answers?
Let's just go with good old Lee Harvey. Might as well.
Yeah, I think he was in fact the one to shoot him, and then he got shot by Jack Ruby. That was fun.
Mm-hmm. And all of these answers are correct. In fictional media, anyway.
Okie dokie, there we go.
There's a caveat.
You clever.
Yep. Well, I mean, Lee Harvey Oswald probably in real life, but the other three in fictional media.
I should have said JFK.
So that means Sam is our winner with 7 points.
You should be proud of yourself. That 21 cents will do.
And a broken paperclip.
With those 21 cents.
And bragging rights.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget the paperclip.
Yes, maybe I'll stick that in my hair. That'll be my not an earring. It'll be my fake earring, my clip-on earring for the remainder of the show. We are going to take a little music break. That was a fun game. Thank you, Connor. But we're going to take a little music break, and afterward, we're going to talk about some results. So keep it left here on 88.7 KTRM for our continued election coverage.
57% to 41.3% for Joe Biden. At the national level, in terms of states that have been called for Biden, 213 electoral votes versus 118 for Donald Trump. 207 are yet called, so there's a lot of, the jury is still very much out. In some of the key states, Donald Trump has narrow leads, some more significant. But a reminder is that a lot of states will probably be counting their mail-in ballots and absentee ballots in the coming hours and possibly days. So some of these totals are likely to shift. And because of the propensity for Democrats to vote more mail-in than Republicans, those vote totals are likely to shift in Joe Biden's favor as more votes are counted in some of these states. In the governor's race, we have the current totals are Mike Parson leading Nicole Galloway with 61% to 37%, with 2,244 of 3,692 precincts reported. So, significant lead for Parson. I believe the AP may have called that race, but there's still, I think, a lot of votes still out, but that's a very significant lead. So I think that race is most likely going to Parson. As we mentioned before, in Adair County, Mike Parson had about 63% to 34% for Nicole Galloway. So a little bit more for Parson, a little bit than the state total, but similar in line. Are there any results that are particularly interesting or notable to anyone in the throw it over to the booth, or Connor or Eric or Leslie?
Well, I'm looking at the ballot measures right now. It looks like on Amendment 1, we've got 52.8% voting no, and that's with 93% reporting. And then on Amendment 3, again with 93% reporting, there's 50.9% yes and 49.1% no. So neither of those have been called yet, and especially Amendment 3 is looking very close. So that will be interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
What's up.
Yeah, and in the Senate, U.S. Senate, looks like John Hickenlooper will flip the seat in Colorado. In Arizona, Mark Kelly holds a 10-point lead with 74% in Arizona. Tommy Tuberville is, going to flip Alabama. In some of the other competitive states, David Perdue leads John Ossoff with 53% to 44%. Joni Ernst has a narrow lead over Teresa Greenfield in Iowa. In some of the other races, Susan Collins has a modest lead over Sarah Gideon. John James has a lead over Gary Peters, but that is probably going to change a little bit. Steve Bullock and Steve Daines are neck and neck in Montana. Tom Tillis has a narrow lead over Cal Cunningham in North Carolina. In Missouri's 2nd congressional district, Ann Wagner has a 6-point lead with 95% in over challenger Jill Shoup. There's one race that we were watching in Missouri.
Yeah, and the kind of just like the overall Senate results right now that AP have called, looks like the Democratic Party has won 42 seats, the Republican Party has won 45 seats, and they need 51 for a majority. So that's kind of looking pretty close right now.
Mm-hmm.
And there's several more states, Arizona, New Mexico, Montana, and Minnesota, that the Democratic Party is leading in the Senate races, and then Iowa, Michigan, Maine, and North Carolina, the Republican Party is leading. So, again, looking pretty close on that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, result update, looking pretty good. Anything else anyone else has for results?
I think we'll talk a little bit more at the end of this hour on these results, but for now, we'll go to Eric, who has some some interesting thoughts on history of voter suppression in the United States and some comparisons in, national elections, U.S. presidential elections, into elections in some other countries. So I'll turn it over to Eric.
Yep. So I think to start off, kind of going over the history of how voting's been done throughout the history of the United States would be good. So kind of in the first 50 years of the American Republic, all voting was done through voice voting. That would be you would go up and basically swear before several witnesses and a judge that you were who you say you were and you were who you were voting for. Probably familiar with, to vote in this period you needed to meet a property requirement, and the general conception is that this would limit voting only to well-off white men, and that is largely the case, but is not entirely accurate, because in some states the voting requirement was low enough or that many white men could vote, but also in several states many free black men with property were able to vote. And also due to vague language in the Constitution of the state of New Jersey, widowed women were actually able to vote in early elections, because once their husbands had died, the property passed to them, the property met the property requirement, and they did exercise their right to vote. However, those loopholes were all closed as in the 1820s and 1830s, the vote universal suffrage was given to all white men, regardless of property. So those property exceptions were closed off until later. And it was not until the mid-19th century that the idea of the paper ballot first came along. And that was mostly a development by local, state-level parties. And actually, the ballots were not produced by the central government. They were drawn up and created by the local states. The state political parties, and those would be distributed to the voters. Excuse me. And the mechanical voting machines that you kind of see now first came about in 1910s-ish and kind of made their increase in popularity throughout that period of the 20th century. But even today, voting on paper ballots is still extremely popular for numerous reasons. Now, kind of comparing and talking about the electoral process in the United States to other countries. So, in the United States, what only matters is electoral votes. The popular vote has really no bearing on who gets elected president. And the whole point of the Electoral College was that when the Constitution was first being created, the framers had really two options. The president could be selected either by voting in Congress, which they felt was too undemocratic, or by a popular vote, which they felt was too democratic. So they came up with the system of electors and the Electoral College, primarily as it exists today. But it is important to note that the framers felt this was a compromise and they weren't really happy with the system as it was. So currently, to become president, you have to win 270 electoral votes. And the electors are selected through various means, usually by state, local political parties. And the actual election, which determines who becomes president, is held in December, and that's where all the electors meet in Washington and declare their votes for one candidate or the other. And one of the things that's caused quite controversy is there is no federal law binding the electors to vote the way the state popular vote went. Now, various states have, state-level laws requiring the electors to stay faithful to the popular vote in their state. But 17 states do not. Missouri is one of them. And to kind of compare that with two other American countries, there is Bolivia, where it is elected directly by the president is directly elected by popular vote. And to win, you need in Bolivia, you need to get 50% of the vote outright, or more, at least 40% of the vote, and 10% more than your closest opponent. And if either of those conditions are not met, there will be subsequent runoff elections with the two highest candidates to see who wins. And the process is similar in Mexico, only you need to just get a straight 50% majority, and there are generally no runoff elections. Now, kind of talking about voter suppression and contested elections in the past. There are two really major contested elections in United States history. There is the election of 1876 and the election of 2000, both of which are very major in kind of focal points and turning points in American history. So, in the 1876 election, it was between Rutherford B. Hayes for the Republicans and Samuel J. Tilden for the Democrats. And the electoral vote for that came out 185 for Hayes and 184 for Tilden. Now, there was concerns throughout this, primarily in the South, that there was widespread violence, voter suppression, outright voter tampering. In South Carolina, they had a 101% turnout of all eligible voters in the state. And as you can see, that was very obviously very shifty. And also there was a widespread intimidation of blacks and Republicans, often through physical violence. So there was one important thing about the electors is that they cannot hold office for the federal government. And really what the election came down to was one of the single Oregon elector, a man named John Watts, who had been formerly employed as a postmaster for the federal government, and there was various objections raised because he was an employee of the federal government, and that was against the Constitution. So, to solve this, the Electoral Commission of 1877 was established to decide the election, and it basically devolved into backroom political wheeler-dealing and general shenaniganery, and it ended up with Rutherford B. Hayes being given the presidency in return for removing federal troops from the South, essentially ending Reconstruction, which, if you are familiar with history, the end of Reconstruction is really what led into the creation of Jim Crow and segregation. Now, moving forward to the 2000 election, that was between George W. Bush and Al Gore, and the way the electoral votes broke down in there, it was 271 for George Bush and 266 for Al Gore. Now, the main issue of this vote was the 25 electoral votes of Florida. There were various complications and irregularities occurred throughout the election, primarily in several counties in Florida. There was various recounts called, and the Bush campaign sued to stop these recounts in the Florida Supreme Court. And as the Gore campaign countersued, and as those progressed, the Supreme Court came to a decision that all the votes in the state had to be manually recounted. In response to this, the Bush campaign appealed to the Supreme Court with the reasoning that a recount would do irreparable harm to the Bush campaign, and using this reasoning, the Supreme Court did agree to this, stop the recount, and gave the Florida electoral votes to George Bush, and making him president.
Yeah, that was a super contentious election.
Especially the 2000 election. It's scarily similar, and I think has a lot of implications considering the recent Supreme Court nomination. Appointment, I should say.
Yeah. Fun fact,
Yeah.
two of the current justices on the Supreme Court were lawyers arguing for Bush in Bush v. Gore in 2000, and John Roberts and Brett Kavanaugh. John Roberts, now the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Brett Kavanaugh, appointed in a very contentious appointment, process in 2018. And yeah, I think this election has a lot of parallels, mainly because there's been so much controversy over voting and voting access and whatnot, and how there's a very real possibility that the election could hinge on counting and possibly recounting of ballots in one state. In that case, it was Florida. In this case, it could be Pennsylvania, because, as we've heard, there's been some controversy controversy generated by the GOP over how Pennsylvania will count its mail-in ballots, because some of them, there was the Supreme Court refused to hear a case that was challenging whether Pennsylvania could count mail-in ballots up to 3 days after Election Day, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day, let's say. And so the results in Pennsylvania are not likely to be known for several days, and given the possibility that it could hinge on the results in Pennsylvania, this might drag on for a while.
Yes.
Similarly to how in 2000, I mean, it really was not decided until the middle of December of that year, a month, over 6 weeks after the election.
Yeah, I think we should all be prepared for a long, drawn-out kind of confrontation over the results of this election. And I don't think any of us are thinking that we'll definitively know how this is going to go tonight, and we probably won't know at the end of the week or the end of next week. Or we might. We don't really know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly unclear. Current results have 223 electoral votes called for Joe Biden, 145 for Donald Trump, and 170 not called. Some of the close states right now, Texas is still fairly close, but there's a significant amount of the votes still out. Wisconsin is close again, Michigan close again, Pennsylvania is close, but I think North Carolina close. Florida is close, but most of the vote is in there. Georgia's also close. So a lot of these states, Arizona and also Arizona has no turns yet. Arizona is somewhat close, but all these states, it's still very unclear, and I'm not exactly sure what the sort of projected total would be right now, but based on current tallies. But I think there's a strong possibility of this going down to the wire.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, and I think in a lot of these swing states, we're seeing, surprisingly, I think a lot on the side of Trump looking like, but a lot of these are not fully reporting. Pennsylvania is only at 64% reporting, but Trump having a 4-point lead. And then Nevada is not reporting any results. Michigan's only at 56 reporting, but again, Trump having a 10-point lead there. So
I think for right now, we're going to take a short music break soon, and then we'll be back to talk. Maybe we'll do a little bit more trivia. We might do, or we might do something else. We'll see. We'll be back here after some music, and we'll wrap up our coverage. We'll be wrapping up around midnight. Thank you for listening, and stay tuned in here on 80. To the left. And to the left, yes, here on 88.7 KTRM.
do not reflect those of KTRM, Truman State University, or the Communication Department. Thank you for supporting local radio.
Ha! We're back here with elections coverage on 88.7 KTRM. I'm Sam, here with Leslie and Eric and Trevor and our game master Connor. We're gonna do some more trivia, some more presidential trivia, and then we'll talk a little bit more about results, and then we'll bid you good night. It's been a long day, it's been a long night, but we're gonna do some more trivia because we want to have a little more fun. Because things are looking a little sad, maybe. A little sad, but that's okay. We're just gonna push through. So what are some questions? What are questions, Connor?
That's a good question. All right. So I've got some. That's a good question, but I've got some even better questions, I think. So, all right. So we're all everyone but me because I'm the host. So. Everyone's in. Everyone's at 0 at the moment. And the first question, and I think we'll just stick with the same format where I ask the question, everyone gets a chance to answer. So, who was the first president born outside the 13 colonies / the 13 original states? Is it A, James K. Polk, B, Abraham Lincoln, goodness me, C, Andrew Johnson, or D, Zachary Taylor?
Can I answer first?
Of course.
I think I'm gonna say A, just because I have no idea, but I feel like Polk is a weird one, right? Isn't he kind of an oddball?
Yeah. Mostly because he didn't do anything.
Well, he started the Mexican War. Sorry.
I'm gonna go with Leslie as well and say Polk.
I know it's not Lincoln. That's a given. But just for some diversity, I'm gonna go. Let's go C, because I forgot what.
Andrew Johnson.
Andrew Johnson. Let's go Andrew Johnson. Why not?
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm too tired to come up with a coherent answer, so I'm just going to say Zachary Taylor.
And you're all or wrong.
It was Lincoln?
It's Lincoln.
I almost said Lincoln. I
thought he was born in Nebraska.
He was born in Kentucky.
Yeah, which is outside the 13 original states.
I thought you meant. Okay, I thought you meant. Gotcha. I thought you meant outside of America.
Oh.
My tiny brain.
Well, they couldn't have been president then.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for pointing out how stupid I am even more.
It's okay. We're all brain dead.
It's 11:39, so it's excusable.
It's a little. This is the wee hours here.
Perfect time for a brain challenge.
I'll go with an easier question.
This is all for your enjoyment.
Yeah.
Seeing and listening to us struggle to answer not that hard of questions.
I mean, some of these might be difficult. I don't know. Well, I'm a presidential trivia nut. I have been since third grade.
We're struggling. That's the point.
Anyway, next question.
All right, this will be an easier one. So, who was the heaviest president? Is it? I'm gonna give multiple choices, but I think everyone knows this one.
I think are we in consensus that we all know the answer to this?
Can we say it on 3?
Yes.
1, 2.
Wait. Oh, I'm scared now. I'm scared now.
Oh, this will be fun. This will be fun.
Shall I do the countdown?
Yes.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Howard Taft.
Yay.
Yep. Yeah. Everyone gets a point.
He weighed like 350.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a big boy.
He was corpulent.
New word learned.
All right. So let's see here. Here's a good one. Which of these presidents has been awarded a Nobel Peace Prize? Is it A, George H.W. Bush, B, Theodore Roosevelt, C, Harry S. Truman, or D, Benjamin Harrison?
So I'm gonna immediately, at least for my thought process, I'm gonna immediately X out Bush. No offense, Bush. I'm gonna immediately X out Truman, just because of the bombs and stuff. Let's go with. You said Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt?
Yes, Theodore Roosevelt.
Yeah, he did some great things for nature. Let's go with him in my book.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with him too. That's what I was thinking.
I'm gonna go with Truman because I don't think the Nobel Peace Prize existed when Roosevelt was president.
Look at you using logic and stuff.
I'm going for Truman.
Because I'm going to be contrarian, I'm going to say it was George Bush, the first.
And the answer is Theodore Roosevelt.
Oh, dang. I'm too tired.
So Leslie and Trevor both get points.
Oh,
and
I lost.
And he got the Nobel Peace Prize, if I'm remembering correctly, for negotiating the peace deals between Japan and Russia for the Russo-Japanese War.
Oh yeah, he did do that.
Good for him.
Good for him. I thought he
Little
just,
rich boy being successful in the world. Anyway, next question.
Yeah, next
Moving
question. Oh, here we are. Which of these presidents is not said to have fathered an illegitimate child?
Oh, not.
Not, yeah. Is it A, Warren G. Harding, B, Grover Cleveland, C, John Adams, or D, Thomas Jefferson?
Could you repeat those?
Of course. Is it A, Warren G. Harding, B, Grover Cleveland, C, John Adams, or D, do you not need... D was Thomas Jefferson, by the way, but okay. Any other answers?
Grover.
I was gonna say Grover.
I just know Jefferson. He did. I think he definitely did.
Yeah, he did.
Again, I have to make sure Monticello Man.
Yes.
Good.
Monticello Man got around.
I'm gonna go with Harding too. He was A, right?
Yes, he was A.
Because I don't know, he just seems like a very straight edge man who might not partake in.
He was not a straight edge man.
He was not a straight edge.
No.
Oh, okay. Yep. No. Let's go with keeping it on course. A.
And none of you are correct. The answer is John Adams.
Oh, darn.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Darn Grover.
Cleveland almost lost the presidency because of claims that he fathered an illegitimate child.
Oh, really?
Did he
Yeah.
also marry his daughter-in-law?
Not his daughter-in-law. It was like his goddaughter or something like that.
Oh, that's okay. That makes it okay.
Well, that makes it fine.
Exactly.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Wait, didn't like Thomas Jefferson, like when he was campaigning against John Adams, like say John Adams was dead?
I don't know about this one.
What a great way to win.
This is me half remembering something I watched on Drunk History like 4 years ago, and also it is 11:44.
Yeah.
Might need to watch some Drunk History after this to cheer myself up.
Maybe we should make some Drunk History.
No, we'll just finish this first. What's our next question?
All right. Here's an easy one. Who is the tallest president? Do you want to just all answer at the same time? All right.
I'm okay with that.
1, 2, yeah.
You blew it. You messed it up.
Yeah, it's Lincoln. You all get a point.
But we all would have said that. Anyway.
Yeah.
Who's in the lead? Can we get a score update?
It's a tie. Leslie, it's a tie between you and Trevor. You both have 3. Eric and Sam have 2.
My brain is melted.
Trevor and I also historically said that we both were going to be really bad at trivia.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we did.
You're proving us wrong.
I have stopped caring.
Gays and the Theys know their presidential history better than anyone else.
Woot woot.
Not really, though.
Nope.
Just guessing based on facts.
Yes.
Moving on.
Yeah. Who was the first president parodied on Saturday Night Live? I can't speak. Is it A, Richard Nixon, B, Gerald Ford, C, Jimmy Carter, or D, Ronald Reagan?
I think
Saturday Night Live.
I'm gonna say Ford.
I'm going to also go with Gerald Ford.
Could we get... How do we feel about hints? Because I want to know, like, just me and my little stupid brain, I don't necessarily know in what order they were in.
Oh, do you want me to... Like, when they were president?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's actually quite literally the line that I read it off is in the order they were in. So Nixon 69 to 74, Ford 74 to 77, Carter 77 to 81, Reagan 81 to 89.
So the first president to be
parodied on Saturday SNL, because I can't say Saturday for whatever reason tonight.
Saturday.
I'm gonna go. I know they had to have Nixon at some point, right?
That's what I was thinking, but I'm like, maybe that's too early for SNL. But SNL has been around.
SNL's been around.
It's been around for like 40 years.
There's a hint.
45 years, I think, actually.
So you said 60, so that wouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Look at us with our big brains. So
I want to say it was Harding one of the
No, he's not. Not even.
That is before the advent of television.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know.
I'm not too tired to roast people.
I'm gonna say Carter.
I will too. Yeah, Carter seems right.
The correct answer is Gerald Ford, and he was parodied by Chevy Chase.
Because he fell down some stairs.
Yep. Ford was actually one of our most active presidents, despite, that one incident. And he lived to be like 94 or something, so.
Nice, man.
So anyway, that brings us to a four-way tie between everyone at 3 points. All right.
Everyone really can win.
Can we tell the government that, please? Please.
Can someone
Please.
let the government know?
Please.
We can all win.
All right, next question. Which president had the most children? Recorded children, I should say. So, is it A, FDR, B, Thomas Jefferson, C, John Tyler, or D, Grover Cleveland?
Oh, now that I know what I know about Grover Cleveland, I'm questioning this.
I'm gonna go with. Is this counting illegitimate children?
I'm counting legitimate, like, we know for a fact they.
That makes it
that's
hard.
A child.
Because, a lot of these, they.
I want to say Thomas Jefferson, but I don't know if they.
Because I think he would win if you counted all of them.
But what was the? There was Thomas Jefferson. What were the other three?
FDR, John Tyler, and Grover Cleveland.
I'm going with John Tyler.
You know what? The dark horse, I'm gonna go with FDR. Yeah.
Sam, what's your vote?
I'm gonna let you go first. No, you're gonna go first.
Okay, I'm gonna say Thomas Jefferson.
And you know what? I'm gonna go with Grover Cleveland.
The correct answer is John Tyler.
Oh, darn.
So Eric got that one, correct? Okay, just making sure because you all answered, everyone actually picked a different choice, so.
I almost picked John Tyler.
He had 15 children.
Oh my god.
How many wives?
2 wives.
Oh wow.
He's like J.S. Bach.
And his, youngest grandchild only recently died because the last child he had was in, 1860 or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
All right, it's 11:50. We can probably fit in a couple more questions.
Let's do 2 more.
2 more, okay. How many presidents have died in office?
Not enough.
Is it A, 4, B, 5, C, 7, or D, 8?
I'm gonna go with B. Whatever number that was.
5.
Yes, 5.
Let me try and use my big boy brain to get the answer out. I'm just counting. Can we work, Leslie?
Yeah.
You and me work together on this?
Yeah.
Okay. Abraham?
Yeah.
JFK. The one who died of pneumonia. The other one who was shot.
We're saying died in office during his term.
Yes.
There had to be another one. That's at least 5.
There had to be another one.
What were so it was? Can you say the answers one more time?
All right, so 4, 5, 7, or 8.
I'm gonna at least go with 7. I feel like
the way back when presidents were probably dying more often when they were in office.
Yeah.
There was all sorts of things going on. I'm kind of thinking 7 as well.
Okay, that wasn't my turn.
Yep.
I think 8.
And the correct answer is 8.
Oh my gosh.
Can I list them off? I want to see if I can get them all.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna go for it. William Henry Harrison, Abraham Lincoln, James Garfield, William McKinley, Warren Harding, Franklin Roosevelt, JFK, and then who did I skip? Oh no.
Do you want me to tell you?
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
I'll give you a hint, okay? It's between Harrison and Lincoln.
Oh, Zachary Taylor.
Yep.
Ha.
Don't get a bonus point.
You don't.
You almost got a bonus point, but you did not because I had to give you the hint.
I thought, just tired brain.
Didn't someone shoot Ronald Reagan to impress Jodie Foster?
Yep.
Yeah.
What a beautiful sentence.
Pretty rare.
We said the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, let it be known that we do not endorse, presidents being...
No, I know, I just meant it's a very niche sentence that, I never thought...
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
I know.
It is, again, we don't condone violence, but it is a very fun sentence to say.
It is.
Just for the oddity of it, the absurdity of it. I think we have,
Let's do our last question.
All right, yeah.
This is a tough one. Which one do I want to go with?
Let's do one hard one and then one fun one.
Okay.
We can do 2 more.
So 2 more.
2 more, and then we'll finish with a song.
Gotcha. Who is the only president to have paid off the national debt? Is it A, James Monroe, B, Andrew Jackson, C, Calvin Coolidge, or D, Bill Clinton?
What did Calvin Coolidge do?
I think it was Clinton, maybe.
He was a gambler. He had pawned off all the furniture.
That was Warren G. Harding. That was the gambler who pawned off the furniture.
Oh, that's fun. Oh yeah, that was the
Coolidge succeeded
wasn't
him.
that Teapot Dome?
Mm-hmm.
I remember the name. I don't remember that he pawned off furniture. That's fun. That's a fun scandal.
The scandal wasn't really about that. Teapot Dome was something else entirely, like
okay.
oil leasing and stuff.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go with Clinton because he played the saxophone, and I think...
I play the cello. That's cooler.
I play euphonium. No one knows what that is.
I do.
You do.
It's nice.
I'm gonna go with Madison.
It's actually Monroe was the choice, not Madison.
That's the doctrine guy.
That's what I couldn't think of earlier. I was trying to think of it. It's like foreign meddling. The Monroe Doctrine, of course.
The other 2 options were Calvin Coolidge. Who was the last one?
So, Monroe, Andrew Jackson, Calvin Coolidge, and Bill Clinton.
I'm gonna go with Calvin Coolidge. Dark horse.
So we already said the answer. He already said the answer, didn't he?
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't?
Nope.
Oh.
I was clarifying that Madison was not one of the choices.
Oh, okay.
And the answer is?
Oh, did we all guess?
Yeah.
Okay. None of you got it. It's Andrew Jackson.
I guess he did get rid of the bank.
He got rid of the banks, paid off the debt, and then, everything went to crap.
And then he, tried to kill all of the Native Americans.
He did that before he became president.
Before and during.
Well, before and during. Okay, last question.
All right, here's a fun one. This may be a little bit difficult as well, but which president worked as a male model?
Ooh.
Is it A, JFK, B, Ronald Reagan, C, Gerald Ford, or D, Barack Obama?
I'm gonna have to go with Ford.
I feel like it probably was Reagan, but I don't want to. I think I'm gonna have to go with Reagan.
I'm gonna join you on that and say Reagan.
He was an actor.
All right, and the correct answer is Gerald Ford. Oh, Eric, you're the winner. You have 5 points.
Wow.
followed by Sam with 4, and Leslie and Trevor both have 3. That's,
Yes,
yes,
Eric,
you won.
You won.
I don't have any other prizes.
Okay, just glory.
Bragging rights. You can steal the 21 cents I gave to Sam.
No, it's mine. I won the first game.
Final results update.
I think we'll just go around and get everyone's feelings. Get some words of wisdom. Get some words of comfort or whatever you feel.
Well, I'm going to say that Joe Biden currently has 223 electoral votes and Trump has 174 according to AP. So that's kind of where we're at. I honestly don't want to think about it until tomorrow.
Yep. Wherever.
And considering tomorrow's only like 3 minutes away.
Yeah, tomorrow is 3 minutes away. Connor, do you have any last words?
Not really. Just relax. Just don't stress too much about this. Don't to the point where it's just giving you anxiety. It's really my advice, I guess.
Trevor.
I got nothing. I'm just waiting for tomorrow, and then the next day, and then the next day.
Yep.
Because I don't know when this is gonna be over.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like my actual last words are, no matter who wins, we'll be organizing and protesting, and there will be action going on.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
So,
Eric?
Kind of going off what Leslie said, I want everyone listening to remember, and to all the kids at home, we are infinitely stronger together than we are apart.
Lovely, lovely, lovely words. My outgoing words this evening are drink some tea and go to bed. Just drink some tea and read a book in bed and go to sleep, and just let all your worries just slip away for the rest of the evening. It has been a joy to present our special election coverage here on KTRM. Special thanks to everyone at TMN, the Index, and the KTRM for all their hard work on this coverage. To Trevor and Leslie and Eric and Connor, this is Sam and Reese. He was here earlier.
Mm-hmm.
This is Sam, your news director, signing off, and we'll leave you with a little song called "All You Fascists." Good night.